What do insanely poor people buy that ordinary people know nothing about? This is actually a good question that can illustrate something. When you are poor, the system is set up to keep you that way. For example, how much do you pay to cash your paycheck? If you aren't and have never been poor, you probably said pay because you don't. Your check probably goes via direct deposit right into your checking account. But what if you have bad credit history such that you can't get a checking account? Well, now you have to go to a check cashing service and pay money to get it. This means that out of your already low check, you get to a few dollars down. If you are lucky, you can find a grocery store that will give you feedback in certificates to the store, but even then they might charge you a small fee on top of that. How about this? How much is your car insurance? Did you know that if you bad credit it's higher? So, now that you are poor, you get to pay more money for your insurance. And you'll find that the only landlord that will rent to you at a place not in the absolute worst part of town will ask you to double your deposit since you've had financial trouble in the past. It gets worse. Your bad credit combined with your shaky job history and barren wasteland of a savings means your options for transportation are severely limited. If you need a car, you will have to go to one of those lots. You ever drive a car into the ground? I mean, put 200k miles on it and drive it until it just doesn't want to go anymore? Then you take your jalopy into the local reputable Honda dealer and they give you $20 and a Snickers bar for it. What do you think they do with it? They certainly don't sell it at their lot, that's for damn sure. They aren't going to park your ridiculous hoopty next to their brand new Accords and Civics. Just being in the same vicinity of it drops their value. No, they usually have a deal with or ownership in one of those lots. Those lots are in bad parts of town. The office looks like a tool shed. They offer financing at rates that would make a loan shark uneasy. Their cars usually have a lot of miles and are guaranteed only to make it off the lot. Some of them will even rig up the cars with tracking devices so their repo men can find you easier. That lot will sell this hunk of junk to the kind of person who, more than anyone else, needs it to start every day and get them to work. When your car breaks down, what do? You probably take it to the shop to get it fixed. What if you had no money and no credit cards? And what if you were a week into a job in which you were as replaceable as a number 2 pencil? Well, hope you don't have any kids. At least then you might be able to call a friend or family member to help you out. If you have kids, now you have to find someone to help you drive them to your child care provider, which you can barely afford as it is anyhow, and take you to work, then pick you and your kids up. If you don't have kids, you can probably at least take a cab today. And then you can fall into another trap. You can get a short-term loan at 300% APR. People who have credit don't get these loans because they are predatory and cheaty. They take advantage of people who have no other options. Ordinary people may know a little about them, but usually just say what kind of stupid person gets themselves into that, without realizing that it's not a stupid option so much as a last resort for many people in poverty. When you are poor, you pay for everything, many things that other people don't have to pay for or just don't have to worry about. This is one of the fatal flaws of the bootstrap mentality in which fixing poverty is simply a matter of will. When you're that far down, the deck is stacked entirely against you. The world is rigged to keep poor people poor. Reddit. So this kinda blew up after I went to bed last night to address some of the common responses. Please read first before being the 835th person to correct me on barren vs barren. First, not trying to say that people are in poverty through no fault of their own. I'm also not trying to say that there is a cabal of evil people actively rigging the system and stacking the deck. The deck is stacked, but it is a product of culture, not a conspiracy against the poor. On that note, my point is that getting out of poverty is difficult. When someone who doesn't really swim well jumps into the deep end, it's what we call a bad decision. Still, the lifeguard doesn't stand on the edge of the pool and lecture them about prudent swim-related decisions. That doesn't help the situation. And even if you are a bystander and cannot actually help them, you'd have to be raised in a barn by wolves to not feel some sort of distress for them. You'd also have to be an idiot to look at them and say, look, it's easy. Just swim to the side of the pool and climb out. You are in control of your situation. True or not, it's insensitive and shows a complete lack of understanding to the situation at hand. A lot of people have a lot of great ideas for poor people. Such as, why not cash their check at the issuing bank? Great idea, if the town they live and work in has a branch, and that branch is not on the other side of town. This is looking at the problem in a vacuum, ignoring the several other problems around it that make the situation worse. The person has 10 minutes to cash their check before they have to drop off their kids and get to work. There is a check cashing outlet that they can hit with a rock if they throw it hard enough. They pay for convenience you and I take for granted. Take your car to a scrap yard. They will give you money for it. Again, the problem does not exist in a vacuum. They have 3 hours to get a new car before their shift starts, or the babysitter puts their children out on the lawn. Why not use a credit union? Credit unions are great, but they check your history with bank accounts as well. They also have fewer branches and are not as easily accessible. The credit union I belong to has 4 branches. Precisely none of them are in anything I'd call a low-income area. This is why poor people shouldn't have kids. You're an ass, and a dumb one at that. Kids aren't always planned, and even when they are, poverty isn't. What about welfare, food stamps, homelessness advocacy? These programs operate on shoestring budgets and are the first things politicians gun for at the budget meeting. Further, they aren't designed to get you out of poverty. They address very few of the problems of living in poverty. These programs are designed to keep children from starving or freezing to death in the street, and that's about it. Nobody is born into poverty. These are issues with financial decision making. First off, plenty of people are born into poverty. Educate yourself on the concept of generational poverty, but realize that doing so will probably make you depressed. It's an incredibly difficult problem and it's one that may never be truly solved. It's barely even addressed by capitalism. Second, again, I know that no one gets dropped in the ocean by Baron von Wasteland. They make a string of decisions that lands them there. But they are drowning, and you are the asshole who is standing on the pier telling them how they could have avoided it instead of recognizing that they are in a difficult situation and probably can't get out of it without help. You are the jerk who is telling them to just swim to shore if they don't want to drown. What you are saying isn't false, it's just incredibly out of touch. The first 4 years of my life were spent in abject poverty. As a child, I would ask my mom if we could get a candy bar. She would explain to me, at age 3, that we could get the candy bar, but if we did, it meant we couldn't afford a 2-liter of Coca-Cola. She would phrase it like so: if you get the candy bar, it'll be gone in a few days, but if you get the Coca-Cola, we can have Coca-Cola for the whole week. Amazingly, I knew enough to understand that Coca-Cola for over a week was a better deal than 2 days of a candy bar as a side effect. I was regularly told no when I asked for things I wanted. Mostly Lego sets or He-Man toys. Around age 6, my father's stake in a mineral prospecting company finally paid off. Turns out he had been putting every dime he had into it since before I was born. We went from surviving on mayonnaise sandwiches to having 2015's equivalent of $10,300 per month in income. My little sister was around 2 or so at this time, and she was getting everything she wanted. For the first 6 years of my life, I had learned that asking for things I wanted would always end with a no, so I never asked for anything. My parents weren't able to put it together until my grandmother got very sick and came to live with us. The whole family was out shopping, and my grandmother knew I loved Legos, but I didn't ask for a set of them. Meanwhile, my little sister had a Barbie doll and a My Little Pony in each hand. She stopped and asked me, "Ratherdin, you don't want a Lego set?" Mommy and daddy always tell me no, grandma, we can't afford them. I have only a very vague memory of this, but before she died, my grandmother told me this story and said that my mom broke down in tears in the middle of the store, sobbing. My dad had a look of defeated failure on his face, according to her. Apparently, it simply never occurred to them the reason I never asked for anything was because I had always been told no. For Christmas, I got 3 Lego Technic sets. It's not the things we bought. I grew up in a level of poverty in the entire 1980s and some of the 1990s that modern politicians will swear to you doesn't occur in modern America. After all, we have food stamps and welfare, and anyone still poor after that is obviously just a lazy faking drug addict. Point, it's not the things we bought. We lived on powdered milk and rice and ramen, and before that, those old 1-ton soup packets that I just realized don't exist anymore, engulfed cheese, tuna can after tuna can, bread from the discount rack at the local bakery. About 9 minutes away from growing mold, but hey, at least it was only $0.19 a loaf. It's the things we scavenged. Hauling food out of the dumpster at 7 to 11 because they threw away piles of chip bags that were a day over their expiration. Manager caught us one day. They apparently told the employees to stab a hole in each chip bag after that. NBD, we just had to sniff each bag to make sure nothing was contaminated. Checking neighbors' trash bins, rescuing half a damn pizza some idiots had ordered the night before, then threw away after a handful of slices. Hauling in furniture from alleyways. My littlest sibling, my sister, received a twin bed mattress that had a grotesque brown stain on it. Looked like someone had sheet a gallon of wet feces onto it. No facts given. We scrubbed that faker with bleach over and over, and she slept on it for years. And then there were times when the welfare checks or food stamps didn't arrive, and the trash bins were not producing food. I grew up in a fairly rural area. When that happened, I know that in winter, gray squirrel tastes faking gross. Sure, people from the south can claim that their brown and red squirrels are delicious, but I would rather eat sheet out of a pig's ass than eat another bite of goddamn squirrel meat. Or jackrabbit. Or goddamn dandelion greens. I guess I'm just saying that it's not what insanely poor people buy. Since they are insanely poor, they can't faking afford to buy anything. You can keep the electricity and rent paid, or you can, nope, there is not other choice. Food, medicine, clothing, furnishings, blankets, all of this is shit you can pull out of the garbage. Edit some common questions. My family did pull out of poverty. It wasn't easy at all. Few employers will hire a woman who's been on welfare for 12 years with a heart condition. We got there because my father went to prison for stealing from his employer and dealing methamphetamines. He left my mother in the lurch with 3 boys and a bun in the oven, as well as the aforementioned heart condition. I'm the eldest of 4. Although we all grew up in a sheet fest of poverty, none of us have been less than middle class earners. I currently live in Dallas, Texas, with a wonderful wife and a pool in my backyard. I have a good house, a good car, and a good job. Yes, that kind of upbringing leaves scars. I don't buy my clothes new. Thrift stores are fine. I buy generic brand groceries and feel guilty as shit anytime I buy something above and beyond that. My wife and her family do not understand this. So be it. None of my siblings have ever been poor or on welfare in our adult lives. I volunteer at shelters for battered women and the homeless. And even if you didn't grow up poor, I urge you to feel sympathy and charity to those who need it most. Donate to food banks. Fuck it, give the money in your pocket to a panhandler. I'm not a hippie or straight up socialist. Rather, I'm a hedonistic, atheist, aging punk rocker. But give to your fellow man. Because you might be in that situation yourself someday. We're all in this together. I choose to show kindness to those who need it, rather than turning a blind eye. We're all in this together. Fuck Ronald Reagan. Although I'm an atheist now, I hope there's an afterlife, just so he can burn in hell forever. Double edit. Does anyone else remember the 1-ton soup packets? This is bothering me. At the time, they were like 5 cents a packet. You could pick up 20 for a buck. Then ramen happened, and they just went away. And they weren't great, but they got me and my siblings fed more than a few nights. Does anyone else remember what I'm talking about? Oh god. Bags of frozen veggies and a couple packs of ramen can make a family meal. I used to buy these awful frozen chicken discs wrapped in bacon. They were terrible, filled with gristle and just nasty. Eating those with rice and frozen corn was a real treat. I ate Kraft Dinner, mac and cheese, every day for about 2 to 3 years, because that was all I could cook while my mom worked. I could have made spaghettios, but I hated those, that for dinner, and one of those cheap 99-cent pack donuts from the grocery store for breakfast. Lunch was bologna sandwich and an apple. Finally, when I was about 10 or 11, I started teaching myself how to cook from my mom's old cookbooks, so my meals got a lot better. all carbs, and cheap fats, scalloped potatoes, rice and cheap meats. My local bus service used to have paper transfers. So you'd pay your fare, get the paper transfer that was good for an hour, and then you'd use it for the next bus. But if you were only going to the station, you'd get a paper transfer anyway, then hang around the station for an extra 5 minutes to see if anyone needed it. Conversely, you'd wait around for people getting off the bus to see if you could score someone's transfer. This only worked if you weren't switching buses, but I got quite a few free rides this way and gave many a transfer away, going without meds, living in constant pain because you can't afford a prescription. I remember laying in my bed at night and my mom would be sobbing in her bed from pain because she couldn't afford the meds that would treat her rheumatoid arthritis or anything but generic Tylenol for her pain. I guess that's not really buying anything, but while we're down memory lane, saving your birthday money from your grandma and aunts and uncles so you can pay for a babysitting course that lets you babysit at 12. Getting a babysitting job at 12 and babysitting every day from 3 until 7 or 8 to earn some money. Giving that money to your dad so he can pay his phone bill and put gas in his car. Getting a real job at 14, working at a fast food joint so you got to eat dirt cheap. Still giving your dad money, but this time knowing it is going to the casino or the bar, but still doing it anyway. Being poor was awful. 0/10. Do not recommend. Point edit. Reddit gold. Thanks stranger. Growing up my mother would work 2, 3+ jobs to support my sister and I when we first moved back to Missouri from Las Vegas to be closer to family so they could help us. Since my mom was broke, they decided they didn't want to after all. We lived in a Fairfield Inn for the first year of moving back to Missouri. We couldn't afford anything else, and it wasn't all that cheap. It was great because we had a free breakfast, which we stocked up on, and an indoor swimming pool. For lunch I would take a piece of bread with honey on it. I loved it. It never occurred to me I was eating it because we couldn't afford anything else. I adored them. Once a week, we would get a special treat. We would go to Shoney's. Kids ate the salad bar for free. So we would go there, and my mom would sit and watch us gorge ourselves. My sister on veggies and good things. Myself, I would get gigantic piles of pepperonis and eat them. My mom would say she wasn't hungry, so she would sit and had this amazing smile on her face, knowing how happy my sister and I were getting to eat as much as we could. By the time I started school, kids would look at my lunch, teachers as well, and ask me why I had only a piece of bread and honey. I would say, because it is what I wanted for lunch. I never really had toys or things I asked for, because I never really cared to have them. My childhood was extremely poor, but my sister and mother made it so rich to me that I never realized it. My mom is the strongest person I know. She worked herself into physical disability to give my sister and I a house growing up. An actual house. It was the most amazing thing to me. She got better jobs, working at hospitals, etc. Finally getting a managing position at Procter & Gamble. With that, she got us things we never even knew about. She said it was making up for lost Christmases and past birthdays. We didn't care. We loved just having a place to call home and food for our table. I still look back and think to myself, those honey sandwiches, the motel we grew up in, it was some of the best memories I have of my home. Being poor monetarily is nothing compared. I got laid off in London at the height of the global financial crisis 5 years ago, and being a New Zealander I was on a visa that didn't allow me access to any sort of social support. Luckily I was living a fairly cheap flat in East London with 3 others despite my income prior to getting laid off being sufficient that I could been living somewhere much nicer. I had a little bit saved up so wasn't too worried initially, but after the first 2 months of having no prospects whatsoever I realized that if I wanted to stay in London, which I really did, I'd have to seriously tighten my belt and broaden my job search from the field I was working into basically anything. I worked out I probably had a month and a half worth of money left. I was paying £100 a week in rent all inclusive, and was usually spending about £50 a week on food, which I knew I would have to reduce drastically and cut out all luxuries like alcohol. Unfortunately my expanded job search wasn't going anywhere as shops, pubs, and restaurants were inundated with 10+ people like me per day looking for work. and when they were hiring tended towards those who actually worked those sort of jobs already, rather than down on their luck office workers who would leave the second they found something better. I had a boon when I remembered there was a huge bag of frozen sausages in the freezer that had been there since before I had moved in 6 months earlier. As a result, I was able to cut my food bill to less than £15 per week, living off a sausage and half a sweet potato and parsnip, between them great nutritional content for dinner and unflavored noodles for lunch. Years of running late for work had taught me to live without breakfast already. My one treat was tea. I used to have it with milk and sugar, but I reverted to plain with neither until one of my housemates said I could help myself to her milk and sugar. I managed to hang on for 2 months living like that. When my sausages ran out it got harder, but got the point where I had enough money left for 2 more weeks or a flight home. So I packed my bags and reluctantly left. The thing was, despite being the poorest I'd ever been, was actually having a good time. My housemates were 3 of the most wonderful people I've ever known. When I was working we'd all go out together or just drink at home on the weekends. They were a French girl, a Spanish girl, and an American guy, so always had friends from back home coming to visit that we would take to do touristy things. When I stopped being able to do all that, they realized I was struggling financially. They'd buy me drinks or shout me to the pub, knowing full well I might run out of money and have to leave without having the chance to return the favor. It was also summer and amazingly full London, actually hot and sunny, so we would often just go to the park. The American guy even offered to shout me to a day at Wimbledon, but I just couldn't accept it. The French girl worked in cafe and would bring home unsold pastries for me when she could as well. I knew why she was doing it, but she was too nice to mention she knew I was struggling and would say it was for everyone, but the other 2 would always leave them for me. One thing that will stay with me forever is I played soccer once a week with a bunch of guys I'd met, and we'd always go to the pub afterwards, and then I'd get the tub home with a guy who lived nearby. When I realized I had to tighten my belt, I'd walk an hour and a half to get there, as it meant it was a free activity, which was obviously great. Then I would make my excuses why I couldn't go to the pub and walk home. One day the lad who lived nearby had to get home straight afterwards, so said he'd get the tube back with me. To my horror, we got to the tube station and I made up a story about losing my wallet and needing to go back to look for it, so he should just go on without me. Unfortunately, it was a visible bulge in Short's pocket and he pointed it out. I painfully paid my fare, wondering what I would have to sacrifice for the £3 trip, and got on the tube with him, but he knew I had been out of work for a while and started putting it all together. He asked how bad I was struggling, and I told him some of it, but he must have known it was far worse than I was letting on. Next week after the game he dragged me along to the pub, saying he'd cover me, which I was grateful for, but dreading what would happen when it was my turn to buy a round, even if he was going to cover it. To my surprise, when got there he slipped me a tenner so I could buy my round without public embarrassment. He shouted me home on the tube and basically said that was how it was going to be until I found a job, and he didn't mind at all because he'd been similarly poor myself. Despite not finding a job and having to leave, he visited me in New Zealand a few years later, and I was able to repay his kindness. Tiny gesture, but it still makes me feel warm inside when I think about it. I've been poor in the past, or had times where I've made sacrifices when I need to save money urgently for something, but at least had an income, so had a point every week / fortnight / month where everything would be relieved. Even if just for a day or two. Not having any sort of income for 4 months in one of the most expensive cities in the world has given me an understanding of the sort of things people stuck in real poverty go through, only they can't just fly home to a support network or have friends shout them out for a bit of fun. And now I'm also crying. This brought back some memories when I was growing up in Cuba, and my dad has his whole career ripped away from him and was forced to become a carpenter, but this is for another story. Before we left Cuba, legally I will say, we had to turn in our rations card months in advance. The government would keep track of how much food a family was allotted. We didn't get very to begin with, so my parents would do the best they could, from going to the black market, getting help from family when they could, or scrounging around. I remember growing up that my best and fondest memories were from my school lunches, because I would get so much in my plate. My young mind Didn't know how to process this much information. I would tell myself, look at all this food we are getting, when in all reality, it was meager scraps. I was happy though. I would try to pick out the small rocks out of my meals. Sometimes I'd find wood chips, maggots, whatever else. Didn't matter, it was food. I was 6 years old, and I was hungry. Going back to months prior to leaving my country of birth, my parents had to turn in our IDs, our rations card, and everything else that could have helped. No rations card, no food, no money. We were left with nothing. I didn't know until years later that both my parents went nights starving to give me what little food they found from the black market, or what some family members and friends in our neighborhood could spare. When we finally came over to the US, I cried and felt guilty about eating an apple and a Twix bar. I'm actually crying right now. It took months, if not years, of adjusting to this, and several months of carefully monitored diets, because I came over to the US malnourished, but alive. I was about 55 pounds when I was 11. My dad has his title reinstated and began teaching. My mother retired as a nurse, and I'm currently giving back to my country, the US, by serving in the military, and I'm thankful of being here. Some people don't know how good they have it. I'm insanely proud of how my mum managed after my dad left. I honestly believe many others wouldn't have. Shopping at the supermarket the day before their delivery, when things are ridiculously discounted in the last half hour they're open, helps massively. Things that had been £3 were now £0.09. At times the employees would be walking around the store trying to get rid of the last things from the deli counter, and you get £20 worth of pies and cold meats for about £0.50. All of that was great, because we had a decent freezer. We'd have bags of vegetables from the discount section that cost practically nothing, because they weren't crisp enough to stay on display. That was fine with my mum. She'd just make a huge stew that would last all week. The only thing that might go into it that really cost much of anything might be a chicken. I remember the one standard she always stuck to, no matter what, which was that absolutely everything else could be cheap, discounted, value versions, but not meat. She would never ever buy cheap, poor quality meat. Discounted on its last day, would go in the freezer at home. Yes, cheap, no. And because she started teaching my brother and I how to cook when I was 7 and he 5, we grew up knowing how to get the best meals out of almost nothing. One of the best of those was the time she had nothing left in the cupboards except a tin of sweet corn, a tin of chickpeas, garbanzo beans, an onion, a carrot that had seen better days, and some cheap lasagne sheets. We've been eating that veggie lasagne ever since, because there's not a meat type lasagne that even comes close to how great this one is. Knowing how to sew and knit was probably a lifesaver too. Nowadays, charity shops seem to think they're a bit more upmarket than they actually are and overprice things, but back then clothes and shoes were just pennies. Knowing that you can alter the hideous dress you see in a charity shop into something amazing and totally wearable because the fabric is great, even if someone did try to create the fashion equivalent of an ode to a carbuncle with it, is a handy skill to have. Learn to sew, even if you're a guy, it'll save you a ton. Thanks for asking this question. I know I rambled a bit. I've never really had the opportunity to tell anyone some of the things my mum had to do to keep us afloat when things were bad, or how proud I'm that she did. I hope there's some ideas there that can help someone who needs them. This is the lowest point in my life, but I wouldn't be who I'm today without going through it. I had just gotten out of jail for a DWI. Luckily my manager kept me on through the duration, because I had enough PTO to cover it. I was an assistant manager at a movie theater. The only trouble was my license was taken away. At the same time, a friend of mine from college had been paid to clean out a hoarder house near where I worked. At the time I had been driving 45 minutes on way to work at a 9.75/hour job. We talked to the owner and made a deal. We would clean out the house and make it livable again so they could sell it, and while we worked on it, up to a 6-month maximum, we could live there rent free. This was just enough time for me to save money to pay all of my court costs and fines, but college loans were coming due. My parents were still in their bankruptcy, so they couldn't help, and they went into it during my freshman year, so I had paid for everything with personal loans. I helped my friend get a job at the same mall I worked at by making friends with people who ran the restaurant downstairs. We worked it, so we had the same schedule. So, for about a year and a half we would work on the house during the day, get ready then go to work at night. It was exhausting / disgusting / humbling / dizzying. At the beginning we cleaned out one room, sanitized it, then repainted it / worked on the floor, and then we inhabited that space. Luckily the refrigerator that was left there still worked. We bought a 2-burner electric range and a toaster oven at a garage sale. The pipes / counters everything were so rusted and miserable that we couldn't repair the kitchen till the very last. We also didn't have a bathroom sink because that too needed replaced / didn't work. For the winter months we both lived in the same room with the fridge, the range, the toaster oven and a TV we had from college. We had to do our dishes in the bathtub with a series of plastic totes we had cleaned and bleach / dish soap. A lot of our money went to the generator that he had rigged to run power for the house / heater so we could live and work there in the cold. During this time, as a manager at a movie theater, we were allowed 1 movie pass per day, but we could only use them that day. So I would sign a pass out and trade it for food from one of the food court managers, but only if they were on my level per se. Panera is also great for awards. Once a month you get something free. Also Dairy Queen. I basically signed up for every free giveaway / rewards program that existed in the mall. Finally I got in good with the Sbarro's guy, and it turns out to weigh all the leftover food at the end of the night and toss it. So I would gather 4 to 5 passes and just not date them, and he'd let me take the whole lot. We are talking 5 to 6 pizzas and strombolis and salad, etc. I'd bring it home, and my roommate and I would split them into meals, and put them in gallon bags and freeze them, so they'd last for a couple weeks. Luckily he worked at a nicer restaurant, so he could bring home the leftover baked potatoes and soup sometimes. I know how to spruce up a baked potato. They are so versatile. It was like a Thanksgiving feast when he'd come out to the car with a bag of baked potatoes, but we had to make them last. We'd go to Mark's and get cheap hot sauce and sour cream, whatever was on sale, and ration everything out. I got a used phone with a discount plan through work, but no data point. I basically had to do all my web browsing at the mall. I sweet talked my way into getting the password for the ice cream shop Swiffy, so on break I would research how my friend and I would do work for the next day. A lot of DIY videos / tutorials. Once spring came around we were able to work on another room, and then I moved into that one. Then we started working on the living room and so on. The 6 months were up, so we had to start paying rent. While we didn't pay rent in the earlier agreement we still had to pay for our own supplies, but when we paid rent we got reimbursed for them. It was still really hard paying student loans / rent and then buying supplies. We would go to Home Depot once a week to check out deals, and also we'd hit up the local Salvation Army. I still go to the Salvation Army for stuff. They have a system where other developers / stores / contractors donate their leftover stuff and Salvation Army sells it and uses the money for their charity. You can get really great stuff that Lowe's and Home Depot just phase out point anyway. While going through this we were always breaking even on supplies and bills. Once we got electric hooked back up and gas going to run the stove left there. But then I met a girl. She had a kid from a previous thing, so I knew I had to make a leap in my professional life to make it work. Basically I knew if I was going to help take care of a 2-year-old, it wasn't going to happen on 9.75 and hour 30 hours a week. I had gotten a lot of pride from what my friend and I had accomplished, so I took it and ran with it. I started asking my friends if their works were hiring / checking out Craigslist / Monster. Finally I asked my friend who works at a software company to help me with my resume. Once we were done he realized I kinda qualified for an open position in customer support at the software company where he works. Long story short, I've been at my job supporting software with no prior software experience. I just interview well and had a friend here for 2.5 years now and have gotten promoted twice. Got my license back, married the girl, and we are working on making a kid of our own. In all I wouldn't be the stepdad and husband I'm today if I hadn't hit that low. If I hadn't learned to make my money stretch, how to talk to people, how to relate with people when I'm in need and when they're in need. It goes really far just being personable and approachable, but that wouldn't have happened for me if I hadn't gone through all that. TLDR went to jail, cleaned a hoarder house, lived there, made it back to the land of the living and living well. Not from America, Chinese Australian. When my family first came over we were insanely poor and obvs not eligible for an iota of assistance. So poor that my parents, who are now fairly wealthy, laugh at those left-wing human interest stories that tries to show you how hard working class Aussies have it. Not that my mum is conservative, she just thinks Australians have no perspective, so the big thing isn't buying, it's scavenging in ways most people don't know. For years my stepdad worked at construction sites. His daily meal would basically be a loaf of bread that bakers give away at 4 p.m. His only grocery expenses was that every week he'd need to buy a jar of jam and a jar of peanut butter, cheapest brands possible, maybe about $1 all up. He lived 4 years on essentially PB&J sandwiches. I go dumpster diving sometimes with hipster friends for fun and kind of feel guilty that we snack on gourmet artisanal pies in this gentrifying neighborhood, knowing how people who dumpster dive via necessity do it. The other big thing is living space. None of this hire a room or share a room BS, 3 people to a room minimum. Anything above that is luxurious. My dad, mum and I used to live in 1 bedroom. Furniture is bare essentials only. All of our beds were mattresses we found at the side of the road, propped up with milk crates. So yeah, I can't speak for poor citizens as they have at least some social safety net. Insufficient ammo, but at least it's theoretically there. But there were some real improvisational shit happening among the very poor recent migrant communities of the late 80s. Early 90s. Edit. Also I'm sure everybody knows this, and if you don't then I actually want to physically shake you until you do. But when you're poor, aside from the financial sheet, just regular things stress you the fuck out. I've watched so many first-gen Chinese marriages, including my parents, fall apart in the worst way possible, and now everybody's happily remarried. Are my dad and mum bad people who can't handle relationships? Not at all. I remember them fighting constantly when I was young. Why? The other day I tried to remember occasions I remember them fighting. Here are some. A huge fight over whether I can afford to go this school field trip or something that costed like no more than $20. A fight over Christmas presents. I really wanted this faking stupid Transformers thing I saw at a big flashy toy store or something which costed maybe $30-40. Either my mum or my dad wanted to get me it, and the other didn't. Christmas tree. Whether they can afford to get one or not for me cause I'd been faking fed by TV that Christmas isn't Christmas without a huge pretty tree. They eventually settled on like this paper foil tree thing, and cause I was 6 years old and an ungrateful little sheet of a kid I didn't like it. The last 2 counts I think were interesting because my limited media consumption and desires as a 6-year-old ended up causing my parents weeks of stress. I was an only child by the way, and by all accounts I was a well-behaved excellent student, breaking no racial stereotypes. My point is this, having just one well-behaved kid whilst being poor managed to drive my parents into all this stress, anxiety, and anger. Now imagine having 2 or 3. Living my entire childhood, from birth, in heartbreaking poverty. I have quite a few stories like this. It is amazing how it still touches me after all of these years, thinking about those times in childhood, being so young and so innocent yet having such a well-developed sense of sadness and despair over it all. Awareness of myself and our situation was much worse than any tangible hardship that I endured, especially in my teen years. After being abandoned by my father at 3 months, life was faked up. Add 4 siblings and an unemployable, mentally ill, bitter, entitled mother, and life was complete hell. Some of the things that still stand out. Age 5. There is not gas in the tank outside, and our rat nest of a trailer is freezing. Again. I can see my breath and my toes are cold. Sleeping on the floor in this hallway usually wasn't all bad. I used to be able to slip the corner of my blanket over the heating vent, and, unless my mother caught me, in which case I was in for a beating for being selfish and keeping all of the heat to myself. Age 8. It is Christmas Eve, but I must be the only kid in the county not excited about what lies ahead in the tomorrow morning. I'm feeling so blessed to be eating a decent hot meal, the first I have had in a long time. Sitting at this table in your big warm house, I actually feel lucky. I really don't mind sleeping on the floor in this laundry room. At least it has heat. You gave me a pillow. God bless this woman. You took in a homeless family of 5 on Christmas Eve. Okay, this is too hard, and I can't even keep going on. TLDR. Growing up poor, neglected, malnourished and alone is fucking heartbreaking, and no amount of time or quality of life going forward will heal the scars left on your soul. So this hurts, and I don't know why I would share, but anyway. My father left my mum for another woman when I was 2. He is a gambler and had already left us, that is mum, my sister and me, with very little. He had gambled away a house and put it down to bad luck. I remember seeing big men at the door demanding to see him as he owed money, and watching from the kitchen as my scared mum had to tell them she didn't know where he was. She didn't either. They were divorced at this point. He has never paid a penny in child support. Mum was forced to clean houses while we were at work. We had hand-down clothes from friends and we basically learned to be happy with what we have. I remember dinners were mainly potatoes and eggs, something which is abundant in the countryside, where I grew up. 2 memories that I find very powerful even today are the look on my mum's face when I had eaten all my advent calendar on the first day. Remember, I was just a child. Mum did everything to hide our poverty from us. She saved and scraped, begged, and borrowed to do her best. I basically ripped her soul out that night when I removed what should have been happiness every day, opening the calendar, and she had no way to replace it or make it right. On another occasion, I think I or my sister had been complaining about not having something we wanted. My mum broke down, told us to leave the house, and from the bedroom window threw our clothes out, followed by her empty purse. I hate that memory. I'm 29 years old and it still hurts. My childhood was not sad. My mum is an amazing woman who did what she had to do to ensure we were safe, healthy and got an education. It is only as an adult that I started to realize and learn what all those subtle and sometimes vivid memories were really about. I have spoke to mum many times out the past, and she tells us the truth. Mum went on to remarry when I was about 9. We were still poor, but she now had the support of a man in her life. Through this she was able to help herself, and she went to college to get a degree and she became a primary school teacher. During the college years, we were seriously poor, not as bad, but still, very poor. We were however older, and more aware, and as such, we didn't want fancy things. What we wanted was to help. I helped my stepdad with his work as a gardener. We chopped logs most weekends for the fire, and also to trade with the farmer for diesel. My stepdad had lots of serious talk with me about life. He taught me how to be a man from a young age, and I hated him for it. Hindsight, he is the greatest man to ever help me. Mum graduated, and money became easier. They managed to get a mortgage on their council house, and 15 years later sold it for a lot more. They are both now very happy and both just work part-time in their retirement in France. My father continues to gamble, go to prison, and cause many problems. Sorry for the wall of text. The topic made me talk, and I realize I have gone slightly off topic. It feels good to write this. I have been homeless for 24 years. I sleep in a park. My parents threw me out of their house when I was 17 for being gay. I wasn't a bad kid, just gay. I'm 41. I don't know where the time went. I finished high school, put myself through college. I don't drink. I've never done drugs. No one knows I'm homeless. No one's ever really known. Somewhere along the way, I figured out an angle and it worked. I keep myself and my clothes clean and presentable. When I get money, I usually head to the motel for a rest. I'm not advocating this life at all. My life is ruined. I can't have real relationships, intimate or otherwise, because I'm forced to always make up an excuse all life for why I can't go out to dinner or the movies. Living this way, I did a few years back, somehow managed to find myself on a committed long-term relationship. The guy never had a clue I was homeless. He lived 100 miles away, so we'd see each other once a month for 3 or 4 days. This went on for 4 years. He never once asked about coming to visit me. I hate what my life is. Even now, the charade that is my life keeps playing out. I wrote a big long message on my Facebook telling everyone I was homeless. No one believed me. No one believed me. My life has finally reached this point where the lie is the lie and the truth is what everyone else wants to believe. I always get asked, if you're homeless, why do you have a phone? It's my one indulgence, and it's a necessity. I'm so ashamed of myself and what my life is. Anyhow, sorry if this is all over the place. I just wanted to tell my story somewhere. When I was 4, my father had a psychotic break after a fight with my mother, grabbed his gun, and followed us to her friend's house, where we were staying for the night. He then ended up shooting my mother's best friend 3 times, not fatally, and landed himself in prison for 13 years. My mother was stuck. She was working odd jobs at the time to make ends meet. She had a 4 and a 6-year-old who witnessed their father shoot someone, and had to put us through counseling for the situation. My father divorced, but being in prison, he didn't pay any kind of child support. But my mother always made ends meet. Her family wasn't much help. When the van we had broke down, my uncle gave us a truck that broke down once a week. My mother couldn't make it to work often, and had the help of her best friend, the one who was shot. We may have lived off of food stamps and Medicaid for some time, but at least the house we lived in was paid off. When we were young, we had a hard time paying for personal care items, deodorant, soap, shampoo, so my brother and I didn't shower often. Sometimes it would just be a water shower. The kids at school used to call me smelly, and though I never let it bother me, the teachers were worried. On more than one occasion, I was asked to stay after class. Sometimes the teachers would give me clothes that were donated and fit me. Other times it was personal care items. One time a teacher gave me a bag full of perfumes, soaps, deodorants, etc., and I was so excited to go home and try them. When I showed my mother, I will never forget the look of embarrassment she had on her face. At that moment I knew that things were hard. Then when I was 8, my mother was diagnosed with cancer. By this time she had landed herself a 40-hour-a-week job, but she was fighting cancer with 2 kids. I had a lot of respect for her, because she would get off work, go get her chemo and still come home, and keep the house in shape. My brother was getting himself in trouble left and right, which didn't make matters easy, so I just sat back and tried to keep out of the way. But for every Christmas, she was always able to get us one big gift and some smaller gifts. I don't know where the money came from. I have a feeling that she borrowed it, but we always had a Christmas. I'm not going to lie, as mom's cancer got worse, she still worked up to the month before she died. She could hardly breathe, but she still worked, because she had to make ends meet. The poor woman was able to juggle everything and cancer. In the last month of her life, when I was 14, I spent my Christmas break taking care of my mother. She was lucky to work for an amazing company who paid her up to the day she died. When she was bedridden in home for the last month of her life, she was still able to pay her bills. I will always have the utmost respect for the ladies who ran the company she worked for. If it hasn't been for them, my mother would have died with all the utilities cut off in a freezing cold house. Things are better now, but once I was in college, I worked 12 hours a week tops and barely made rent. I was the one who paid the bill halfway in order to float the electricity. I'm still paying back a lot of back-owed money to the electric company for my first apartment. The only way I survived was off of the food my roommate left when she moved home and left me alone and with all the bills. Then I remember buying a $1 loaf of horrible bread, peanut butter and jelly, and living off sandwiches and ramen for weeks. I went to college and got financial aid back, which I paid my rent off of, and then tried to make it last 4 months. It was a tough time until I got into better and better jobs. Now I'm a graduate with a job that allows me to support myself while living in a nicer area. Though I'm still paycheck to paycheck, my existence isn't as sad as it was. About 3 years ago I was a live-in caretaker for an older couple. I got free rent and was paid something like $100 a week. This worked out okay for a while until I got sick. No insurance meant I had to pay out of pocket, and because it was an ongoing, chronic issue I had to pay for multiple office visits, prescriptions, etc. It wasn't long before I was out of cash entirely and was eating crackers and things. I was hunting feverishly for a new job, something that either paid more or came W/benefits, and finally I scored an interview. In the far suburban, almost rural, neighborhood where I lived with a couple, this is related, just be patient, there were for some reason a large number of stray cats. We lived on a cul-de-sac, and on sunny days 3 or 8 of them would be sprawled out on the asphalt in the middle of the street, sunbathing. Sadly, though, some jackass in the area enjoyed playing hit and run and there were almost as many cat corpses as live ones. It was depressing. The night before my interview, I had just enough gas in my tank to get to the office for my appointment. It was all the way on the other side of town, and I wasn't sure how I'd get back, but I didn't care, because I was going to a job interview and that was all I could fill my head with at the time. I took a tiny trip, about half a mile, to the grocery store for dog food, for my dog, not for me, and spent the last of my cash. On the way back, in the dusk, I saw a lump in the middle of my street. As I got closer I saw it was an orange tabby, all tucked up, and comfortable looking like he was sitting on a fireplace rug. I drove slowly around him, thinking he'd move and get out of the way of my car, but he didn't, and as I got next to him, I saw there was blood on his ear. That sunk me. I got out of the car, went to him, and saw that he'd been hit. None of his bones were broken, that I could see, but he'd been popped in the head somehow and was lethargic. I thought maybe he was hurt badly enough that he was close to dying, so I put him in the car, drove him home, and put him in blankets in a cardboard box. I watched him for an hour and he didn't get better, but he also didn't get worse. By then it was about 8 at night and the closest emergency vet was 15 miles away, and emergency vet fees are enormous, as many of you know. I decided I had no choice. I put the cat back in the car and drove to the vet. When I got there, my tank was empty, but the cat was still breathing. I was hugely relieved to learn that the vet would care for an animal. If you released it as a stray I wasn't required to pay anything, and the cat would get the same care as if he were a pet. I waited while they evaluated him, and it turned out he had been hit, but only had a broken jaw, from which the vet said he could easily recover. When she came out to the lobby and told me this, I'm sorry to report I burst into tears. The relief plus the anxiety equaled a meltdown. There were 3 or 4 other people in the waiting room, and I told them about the cat while I waited, and they were all sympathetic, said I was a hero, etc. When I started to cry they asked me why I was so upset when the cat was going to be fine, and I blubbed out something about no gas, job interview, blah blah. They sucked it out of me with their compassion, but I was humiliated about my situation, and wished I were thousands of miles away, in China maybe, as a panda, or a tree in sub-Saharan Africa, or one of those ghosts that live at the bottom of the Scandinavian Ocean. So one of the waiting people was this guy whose big bouncy pit bull had a boil that needed lancing, and the other few people were also there for non-lethal pet problems, so my problem seemed to them pretty dramatic, I guess. The pit bull guy, when I was finished telling, said that's bullshit. Come on let's go get some gas. I said, what? No and he said, if you don't let me do it I'll be furious. He made me drive to the gas station, and I said, don't put more than $5 that's all I need to get to the interview and back. And he said, okay, but filled the tank while I was in the bathroom. I got his name and number, and kept it in a piece of paper in my wallet, but when I had the money to pay him back I looked in the wallet and the piece of paper was gone. I also didn't get the job. It turned out to be one of those horrible opportunities where you pay to take an insurance sales class before you get released to work on commission only. But that guy, wherever he is, kept me from hating the world, and I wish I could thank him and pay him back. This public confession will have to do, for now. My mom would go to this place when I was a kid that sold hampers. Basically food hampers with groceries and food worth probably $50 or $60 for $10 bucks. She would stretch that for weeks and weeks for siblings total, and she made it work. I remember one time, they had none left when we arrived to buy, and we had no real food for a few days. I don't know what she did, or who she called, but we got to school, hungry, no breakfast. I was in homeroom, and about 5 minutes in, the principal came to my classroom and asked for me. I thought I was in so much trouble. She walked me to the teacher's lounge and my other siblings were in there. I thought our family/my mom was in trouble because she hadn't fed us. Instead, they asked if we were okay and busted out cereal and milk and a muffin and apple and told us to eat. I remember crying because it was one of the nicest things they could have done, especially since I thought we were in trouble. My mother was a resourceful woman, and when it came to taking care of her kids, she had no shame, no embarrassment, would walk to the moon and back just to make sure we were okay. Being poor as a kid sucked. If I ever have kids, I'll be stable, well-to-do, and able to provide without them having to worry. Kids should never have to worry about money. They are kids. They should worry about who would win a fight between Superman and Batman. The one thing I can say is that being poor as a kid made me appreciate everything I have now. I have a stable career, a new condo being built, a decent car, food in my tummy, etc. My mom went from a poor immigrant from a third world country to having 2 houses, a car, being able to gift a car to my younger sister, running a successful business, being able to close her business due to her own choice, and working a easier job that pays very well. The only reason she has all that is hard work, tenacity, kindness, and drive. She'll help anyone she's been there, or worse, she has taught me to appreciate what I have, to remember where we came from, and how well we are doing, how simple things like a roof over your head, food in your tummy, and your health is all you need. TLDR, mom would get food hampers for dirt cheap. They ran out one day. Mom called school and asked for help. They fed us breakfast. I raised my children by myself as I kicked out my abusive husband. When I was pregnant with my second child, I got the kids Christmas/day gifts by applying for credit cards to get the free gift they offered. Back then they gave you a teddy bear, watch, or necklace just for applying. You didn't need to get approved. It was great. I applied for everything, as often as allowed. We ate a lot of potatoes, eggs, mac and cheese, with day-old bread and veggies. I used public bathrooms, and would unroll a bunch of toilet paper to take home. I bought their clothes at yard sales, then had my own yard sale and resold them the next year. My size didn't change, so I just wore the same old things. I also made a lot of their clothing. I took in babysitting nights and weekends when I wasn't working. We went on picnics, camping, chased rainbows and on walks, and had a lot of fun together regardless. I volunteered to deliver food baskets at Christmas, so my children could see other people had it worse than us. Then I got a really great job and didn't have to struggle anymore, which was great because they needed better clothes in junior high and high school. It was hard to spend any money on myself even then. Now a senior, and years later, I was in an accident riding in someone else's car, so I'm not able to work due to chronic nerve damage pain. I'm back there again. I waited too long to apply for disability, so they based it on a part-time job I had after the accident, so I got less than I would have if I hadn't been so proud and waited so long. I find it difficult because I always just got another job when I needed money. I find myself living on peanut butter, eggs, and potatoes. I also grow a small garden and freeze what I can for winter. In the summer I just live on the vegetables I grow. Small tomatoes grow well indoors during the winter. I keep my heat between 63 and 65 during the day and turn it down at night. For those who don't know, there is Freemds where you can get help with your medication, or you can just contact the company yourself and tell them the situation, and quite often they will give you a card so you can get them for free for 1 year. You can get the information on the co from the pharmacist. I used to volunteer for the program. They are very kind and non-judgmental. I think the hardest part about being here again is I got to where I could help others, and I can't do that now. They told me I was too old to donate plasma. But my kids are doing good. I have a roof over my head and food to eat, and I'm so thankful for that. While my daughter is going to college, she is working for a cell phone company, so I have a phone and a way to get on the internet for free thanks to her. Your stories break my heart. Thank you for sharing. Dumpster diving. Every Saturday morning, I would get up early with my stepdad. This is the same man who was sexually abusing me, but he paid the bills. And we would go driving around to construction sites and to a few pharmacies that were closed at those hours. I was small enough then that I could be hoisted and lifted out, So I was the diver point on construction sites. We'd gather any scrap wiring that had been tossed, any kind of metal. At the pharmacies, we often collected boxes of expired candies and boxed foods. One time, we had an entire case of those chunk bars, a branch of the raisinets stuff. I remember once, we actually made a trip onto the local military base and got a ton of the old MREs that were being discarded when they changed over to a new system. I got food poisoning from a breakfast omelette one. Later, I still can't eat warm ham/egg/cheese combination foods. Sometimes we would go to car wash/detailing places and offer to dispose of their vacuum bags. We'd spend the afternoon sifting through the vacuum crap to find spare change. I found my first fantasy novel in I think it was an Eckerd's dumpster, Dragons of Autumn Twilight, with no cover, of course. I still have that book point. When I got older and worked in a Winn-Dixie deli, I often worked the closing shift. I found out how much food was thrown away and I cried. I tried to suggest a community program so the food didn't go to waste. I asked if the local soup kitchen could be donated the stuff, but no, it violated food safety laws, I was told. And no one wanted to try very much. I didn't know what else I could do, but I could remember not eating well, and I just could not throw it in the trash. I struggle with throwing away food. Sometimes I will overeat to avoid throwing away food I cannot otherwise save or give to someone else. A few nights I technically stole my own dinner from the place. I was making $5.15 an hour and lived in a half-size trailer in a bad neighborhood for $200 a month. You get what you pay for. I was living on milk and rice. Every night I closed, I made sure the food I threw out was in containers, stacked up well, and in their own trash bags. Instead of putting them in the dumpster properly, I would leave them sitting around to the side of it. There were a few homeless/poor folks who would come in after markdown time, and I'd let them know what I was doing with the rest of the food. They'd come by and pick up the bags I was putting out. Nothing makes me cry like seeing people in poverty. I grew up quite well off, not knowing what it was like for most of the people I went to school with. Very rural, poor area. I remember one time on the way back from our weekly trip to the city to buy comic books and eat Chinese food, my mom saw a man standing on the side of the road. She stopped, motioned him over, gave him $20, and cried the rest of the way home. I had no clue what her problem was or why she just gave that guy money. I didn't even know being homeless was a thing that happened to people. Flash forward about 25 years, my wife and I usually go once every few weeks to a Books A Million that has a huge area with lots of tables at the front near the coffee place. We look at books and bring games to play and just chill for a whole day drinking coffee and having fun. They have a lot of homeless people who come in there just to get out of the element or take a nap in a comfy chair. One day this homeless guy started talking to us outside while we smoked. He heard my wife's Zelda ringtone and said Zelda was his favorite game series. We gave him a cigarette and he told us all about his favorite games and how much he loved the Zelda series. The latest one he had played was Ocarina of Time, and this just happened a few years ago. We had a nice conversation each time we went out for a smoke break. He was really nice, but you could tell there was something off about him, something that might keep him from being able to hold down a job. He was just a genuinely nice guy and never asked us for anything. He didn't even ask for the initial cigarette. I offered it because earlier I had seen him relighting one someone else left in an ashtray. And when we were leaving I told my wife I felt so bad that we were going home to be comfortable and eat like gluttons in front of our giant TV while he had to stay here until they closed at 11 and then go who knows where. She told me to give her $10, so I did. She took her pack of cigarettes, put my 10 and 10 of her own in the pack, and as we walked by the guy on our way out she handed it to him. She said, "Here's a few more cigarettes." He thanked us and told us what nice people we were. He was thanking us just for treating him like a human being and had no idea my wife had stuffed $20 in the pack. By the time we got in the car I was bawling like a child. My eyes are tearing up typing this right now. I felt just like my mom did back then. To have so much and see someone with so little, it's just gut wrenching. Since then I've tried to be a better person and help people when I can. This thread is making me want to do a lot more. 2 years ago my family fell on very hard times. However, we made just enough above the poverty line to disqualify us for any aid, literally by $48 a month. Unfortunately, I couldn't buy much food for my kids and husband, so I wound up visiting churches for the bulk of our groceries. However, they do not supply paper goods or cleaning supplies. I can't tell you how many months I used wadded up toilet paper instead of tampons, and discovered vinegar for all my cleaning solutions. It's not really what we can't buy, it's more about how can we get away without buying that particular item. We have made some serious cutbacks to be able to just barely breathe. Our bills consist of rent, one basic cell phone line, internet, husband works in it, so it is a must, gas/electric, and car insurance. We have no cable, no car payments, no Netflix or other paid subscriptions. We play a lot of board games with the kids to keep them entertained, which is much better than them wasting hours in front of a TV. I think the hardest part of being poor is having to tell your kids no so often. No, we can't go to so and so's birthday party, mom can't afford to buy them a gift. No, we can't sign you up in gymnastics, mom can't afford $90 a month. Sorry, we can't go to the museum, amusement park, beach, bounce house, fair, etc. The list goes on. So instead of being able to buy our way into giving our kids memories through sports and activities, we have to create them at home. Whether it's a little gymnastics competition at home, or pretend soccer games in the backyard, I just try to give them what I can. I'm hoping they have more good memories of playing with mom than bad memories of not being able to do extracurricular activities in elementary school. Socially, being poor ruined any friendships I had. I never told anyone what my family was going through. We were invited to birthday parties and I couldn't show up without a gift, so we had to decline. We could never afford to go out to dinner, or drinks, or pay for a sitter to join our friends. Eventually, after cancelling so often, people stopped talking to us. We do have one couple that we are still friends with. They do know our situation, and I learned that's all we need. I grew up watching Star Trek: The Next Generation on VHS. We never had cable, and we liked the show, so mom just had us watch it over and over again. I remember on weekend mornings we would eat ramen in front of the TV like a treat. Mom couldn't really cook, and prepared meals were cheap, but she made us think they were some sort of special magic food, because they were so instant. Almost never had sweets, and I didn't even know what name brand stuff was for a while. One thing I know we never went without was milk, expensive as it was, though less so than now. Mom thought it was important. I never realized how hard it was for her though, until we got older, my brother and I. She stopped being able to pick us up from school. She worked 2 to 3 jobs and sometimes basically lived in her car. I never saw her eat. She is 5 feet 5 inches and weighed less than 130 pounds at one point. Our electricity got cut off so much I could see she was really losing it. But we were almost never hungry and rarely cold or without decent clothes. Friends and co-workers used to donate to us all the time. I thought it was better than shopping. My mother is bipolar manic depressive as well, and could never afford medication to help her, but she managed, and I'm immensely proud of her. After being without aid for so long, she's finally on meds and my brother and I are both on our own and able to support ourselves. When I'm graduated and making better money than an on-campus Starbucks pays, I want to make sure she never goes without again. More like what you don't buy. I lived in a household of 9, while my parents were making about $100 a day in their Chinese restaurant. When my parents brought egg rolls or sweet and sour chicken from the restaurant for snack time, kids stuck their noses up, and my teacher had to have backup treats for them. And before you freak out about being able to afford snack time, it was like $5 worth of chicken tops, and like many parents did not want to give off the impression we were poor or miserly, because you had to fit in, had to make yourself likable. I wore hand-me-downs until I hit puberty, where I subsequently had a $50 budget for the whole year. That's like 2 jeans and 2 shirts from the discount bin, and you know I wore the hell out of them, and other than groceries don't remember buying shit. We never bought games, DVDs, toys, books. If I wanted something like gum, I just stole it and subsequently get busted by my grandma. We didn't celebrate Christmas, but it's okay, I didn't believe in Jesus and Santa anyways. Being able to eat McDonald's was cause for celebration itself. Thankfully I was oblivious enough to enjoy myself as a young child without having much, and just enjoyed coloring and going outside. I went to church and got free art supplies there because they would give prizes for people who memorized Bible verses. I think more than what poor people buy is what you do when you're poor that no normal middle class person would do, like wear Medicaid eyeglasses despite the nickel making your temples break out in hives. You look ratchet because your body is growing faster than you can buy clothes, so your jeans are too tight within a few months and you force yourself to squeeze into them. Next time you buy jeans in 6 to 12 months, you get them so baggy, so you can grow into them. I wore a lot of t-shirts and baggy jeans between middle school and high school, not because of some style, but because it was the most economical way to stay clothed. And for us girls, many of us remember our chest growing faster than we could get a new top, so your formerly cute Babbitt top is now gaping, and your teacher is grilling you for dressing inappropriately. It's so weird looking back and thinking how much of my daily existence was impacted by poverty. Every single choice was an economic one. It's not just something you did out of passion, a whim, out of taste. No one cared what your tastes were if you're poor. I feel so spoiled and indulgent these days at 24, being able to travel and eat out when I feel like it. Buying a new handbag because the old one is looking rough and not because it no longer functions. I'm super late to the party, but here we go. I'm a 34-year-old white dude. Not that it matters. I grew up very poor in Arizona. There are some really bad parts of Arizona. My mother had 4 kids, 2 different dads, neither paid any child support. We moved from a van to different 1-bedroom apartments about every 6 months. My 6th grade year, I went to 7 different schools. I still to this day don't know how to make friends. Why make them if in 6 months you'll never see them again? Didn't have a Christmas tree until I was 14 and living with my aunt and uncle, but that's a different story. I was the oldest and at 11 was babysitting my 8-year-old sister, my 5-year-old and 4-year-old half brothers. People talk about remembering their mother saying that they had already eaten or weren't hungry. I did that. My mother had a dream to be a country western singer and decided that her dreams were more important than a steady job to feed her kids. So she would sleep all day and go out every single night with her band to sing at some bar, making maybe $50 every few nights. With food stamps and food pantries, we usually made do, but when we would be forced to move for non-payment of the rent, those food stamps sometimes didn't follow us until my mom could wake from a drunken stupor and make it to the government building and update our change of address. This meant sometimes weeks of food bought on maybe $50 for 4 kids. Spaghetti. It was cheap and was almost like having a real meal, plus it was pretty easy for 10-year-old me to make. Most of the time it was some sort of sandwich, usually super cheap peanut butter from giant paper jars, or cheese that came in blocks so large that you couldn't cut it with a regular knife. We were lucky to be in Arizona, where some apartment complexes had orange trees in the common yard. Those were usually my lunch in the summer, and often dinner. Kool-Aid. When you have kids that want something other than water to drink, you better hope you have the sugar to make it. I think I ate the leftovers that I made for my siblings nearly every single dinner. It wasn't even something I thought about. It was just easier. They had to eat. Contrary to popular belief, it does actually get cold in Arizona, and I can remember the 4 of us kids crowded around the open gas stove set on 400 degrees because the electric bill had not been paid for a while, and when you are 3 months behind, they want the full amount plus a reconnect fee, plus a deposit, plus a late fee. I think all the kids had an electric bill in our name growing up. My mom went through a series of deadbeat assholes that would routinely beat the shit out of her, and us for that matter, but some would occasionally chip in for food or rent, so she saw them as saviors. One morning after a long night of listening to her cry and be smacked around all night, I awoke to Charlie sleeping off a few days bender on the couch. Mom was still locked up in her room, probably drunk and bruised up. I broke down. I had a aluminum baseball bat that I had found in a dumpster. I hit sleeping Charlie so many times in the head and upper body that I blacked out from screaming. Found out later that he needed stitches to reconnect his eyebrow back to his head and lost many teeth as well as a broken nose and 2 black eyes. Charlie never came back around, and mom just drank more and fell deeper and deeper into depression. I was 10 years old. My worst memory was going to school after an especially bad summer of moving around and being told that my dad had another family that he was living with and providing for that had kids around my age. My mom had went and bought me some t-shirts from the local Goodwill, and I wore one on my first day to a new school. It was pretty unique. I remember some strange design on the front and lines sewn around the sleeves like racing stripes around my arms. I thought it was cool. First day, I was being bullied, and one boy comments, "Where did you get that shirt?" "Goodwill." Of course I said no. No kid is ever going to admit that. He then tells the other kids, "I know you did. My mom donated all my old sheety clothes last year. That used to be my shirt." I argued that it wasn't, and I didn't know where my mom had bought it. His initials on the tag did not help my case. TLDR, being poor sucks. Wow. I know there is a huge class gap in his country, but I never really heard the details like this. My cousin was a student teacher in a very poor meth town. Meth town area of rural Ohio. She told me that her kids would only eat one meal a day from the school and then not at all on the weekends. Then there was a kid who came back after going to college, one of maybe 5 kids who did, and he was amazed to learn that people were generally not provided food by the govt. He was under the impression that all Americans received all their food from government. Also, I volunteer at a local food pantry in a pretty well-off area that feeds many people 4 miles around. We get about 200 pounds of food a day, give or take, in about 3 shipments. Immediately, we throw out a third that is too far gone for human consumption. Of the rest, half of it fits in our pantry. Of that, half the meat is put in the fridge for immediate distribution, half is frozen. Most of the fruit is edible. We toss out anything that is black or liquefied. Bread is divided into stale, moldy and rock hard. We keep the stale/fresh bread. Moldy is tossed and stale is set aside. The other half of the food that doesn't fit in our pantry gets distributed to other local pantries with more freezers or more shelves, and what doesn't fit there is thrown away. That leaves about 2 van loads of rejected but edible food with us. The local poor apparently have the spare cash to take legal action against us for food poisoning, so any canned food that is over a year past expired, rotting meat, squishy fruit, solid bread and opened foods get sent into Chicago. There, it all gets mixed into a pot, boiled and served to the homeless. I mean, this is food that really shouldn't be eaten and should have been distributed long ago, but wasn't. It's sad that people have to eat it. The worst part though, we throw out plenty, hundreds of pounds of fresh food that we just cannot store or distribute fast enough. There isn't room. Personally, if anyone wants to donate to a pantry, do it, but also volunteer even an hour. The added hands and help so much, and if you can donate time with a vehicle to help transport the food, that's even better. Also, ask local pantries if they can use your old refrigerators or freezers. They need cold storage. One of my dearest friends went through a really rough patch a couple years back. At the time his only source of income was a very small disability compensation. He was getting by pretty well. He had a house and food, but his heat was a really unusual and crappy kind of pellet-fueled furnace. And the pellets that you burned in this wreck of an infrastructural nightmare were really specific and expensive. Anyway, a bunch of his friends, including myself, found out that he was just not using the heat in his house. We had to help. One of the reasons this guy has almost no savings is that any time he has excess time or money, he goes and volunteers to help other people, whether it be a charity or a friend needing a hand moving. His karma bill was paid forward. Also, his health is pretty fragile, so he really needs heat. Anyway, the well-intentioned but poorly organized gaggle of friends that we didn't all take the same approach. Some of the gang got together a crocheting group and made 3 thick wool afghans. 2 got together and bought a good flannel-lined coat, and about 4 of us pooled enough money to go and buy 4 bags of the bloody heating pellets. We reconvened after all finishing our plans and figured out a sneaky plan. We got a wheelbarrow from one of our various collections of miscellaneous things and wrapped one of the bags of pellets in it. These bags were big 20-pound monsters. Bloody things shifted as you carried them. Folded the coat up, took it with us. Left the whole mess on his front porch, rang the doorbell, ran away. Did I mention it was his birthday? Right. So there was a hilariously oversized blowout too. Anyway, we dropped off the other blankets and another bag of pellets as winter went on. Nobody has told him it was us, although he can probably surmise. He's doing better now, so he won't freeze to death or anything horribly dire, but that's one thing I'd never thought about. TLDR. Friend gets down on his luck, has to live in a house that has an extortionist heating system. Bunch of us chip in to keep him from freezing over the winter. Poor people have to deal with expensive heat. Bleach. Relevant story. When I was in high school we had a new kid transfer in who sat at my table in art class. I was a senior and had art for first hour and second, so I would pretty much just chill out and BS when I decided to go. This kid asked me why I missed class and was curious about what I did for work. When I mentioned I started working, I explained I work until 11:30 to 12, go home, can't fall asleep for a few hours, and then I'm a zombie in the mornings, so I go back to sleep some days. He was curious about applying and getting a job to help out his uncle who watched him. Keep in mind his was over a semester, so when we started talking about his parents and growing up it wasn't like he needed to bullshit me. He actually knew me and opened up. But the things he told me were just insane to me. One of the first times that I realized I had a pretty damn good as a middle class family. He explained how on his parents' fixed income with 4 children and their 2-bedroom apartment they were limited to sharing the big can of spaghettios for dinner. Before you think that is horrible on its own, they would only do this 2 times per week. So they had enough food all month. Meaning Sat night and Wed night they would cook spaghettios and damn near lick the can cause it was one of the nights they actually got dinner. When I asked how else did he eat, I got free lunch at school, stealing from the store, friends' parents, and other things I remember doing too. But what really got me was their ingenuity as poor children. When they figured out they can do this, they would save money as a group from finding it, stealing it, whatever. They would go up to the top floor of their apartment to a handicapped man's apartment and give him the $7 or $8 it would cost for him to order a pizza and have it delivered. They would then call and they would order 2 large pizzas and cheesy bread, soda, everything else they wanted for a house at an address down the road from where their apartments were at. When the pizza delivery driver would go to the 3rd floor to deliver the small pizza, the kids would be watching and rush the car and steal everything else in it. Specifically their orders. No, I thought that was funny, genius, and a little sad, but I got it. You have to do what you have to do. But what I thought was crazy is he said that when he moved out of his parents' house he remembered the only things that he had were some clothes and a couple toys which he packed into those pizza delivery bags to keep the pizzas hot. When he moved in with his uncle those were his bags, and he still had them. At 18 years old this kid and those stories made me appreciate what I had and wonder how many kids growing up in my part of town had to do similar shit or worse. We grew up as refugees and always had trouble financially. My parents work there as off, and my older brother and I both wanted to make sure we take full advantage of the opportunities that we've been blessed with due to their sacrifice. Talking about money in our household was common. As a little kid, I knew what the difference between a necessity and luxury item was. We'd survive on about $5 a day, on average, but my parents loved us and made sure we never lacked what we needed for school or sports or any hobbies/passions we had. They've had to say no many times, but we understood why. I'll always carry those lessons with me. Fast forward to my first retail job. I sold TVs at a big retailer. I was old enough to understand credit cards and financial responsibility. A young couple, probably about 18 to 20 years old, were madly in puppy love and just moved in together. Walked in and were greeted by my co-worker. They wanted a 70 inches LED smart TV that was $3,200 and took up the entire wall in their 1-bedroom apartment. They called their parents, and after about an hour of debating they talked them into thinking this is a good idea. My co-worker closed the sale, and they maximumed out 3 credit cards to get the TV. $3,200. I don't buy shoes until I desperately need a new pair for work or hiking. I'll never forget how sick and sad I felt because I felt it was wrong to sell it to them, and because they probably wouldn't be together for longer than the financing option. Then what? Anyway, I transferred stores to a more affluent area shortly after, and didn't see many situations like that again, but that particular sale always sticks out in my memory. Anytime I sensed that someone was worried about the cost and I could help save a customer money, I did. People remember things like that. You start to become very creative with your money very quickly. In reference to that post about buying stuff only when it is absolutely necessary, that is very true. I think something I learned from my family always living paycheck to paycheck and struggling to pay rent and eat dinner every day was meal planning. You can't just go buy groceries willy-nilly. You check what's on sale, then plan your meals for the week/month. Then you buy only what's necessary for those meals and nothing more. If you wanna eat breakfast and lunch, you had better get to school early and eat your free, government welfare provided meal. You learn to love those cafeteria meals. I have eaten potato pearls, dehydrated potatoes for those who don't know, for so long that I actually prefer the taste versus that of fresh boiled and mashed potatoes. My family would also eat what we called one-pot meals that would make a lot of food and keep for a long time. My family had this one meal we called slop in a pot because it literally looked like the slop you would throw to a pig when it was done. We would take whatever amount of ground beef we could afford, add vegetables such as onions, bell peppers, carrots, red kidney beans, black beans, pinto beans, canned tomatoes. Everything was canned or frozen because it's cheaper that way, or basically whatever. The beans were important as a stomach fill up. Then you put a scoop of that on top of a scoop of rice, also very important to fill the stomach, and it is delicious. I forgot to say we always added taco seasoning. You also learn that you can freeze almost anything. Also, veggies are always cheaper at the farmer's market. Sorry if this is hard to read. I tapped it out on my phone really fast. If my brother reads this, he'll totally know it's me. Haha. From a pizza delivery guy, all kinds of shit that richer people would never bother with. Rip-off financing, poor quality consumables, beta or buy here pay here cars, junkyard parts, used tires, hack job mechanics, visits, etc. I've delivered to places where half of the houses don't have anything more than a screen for a front door. Some are in the deep south with no AC, and worked with good people who literally couldn't afford the gas to keep their heaps on the road. Some do it to themselves, yes, but many I've worked with were born into it. The saddest were the middle-aged guys during the recession, formerly successful people who generally couldn't hack the delivery gig, move too slowly, difficulty with computers, and can't read a map, and washed out fast, along with those who really should be on disability. The most heartbreaking one to me is personal. My favorite aunt and uncle. Due to family dysfunction we were estranged during the recession and aunt and uncle were all but destitute. In their case, it was what wasn't bought, blood pressure medicine. My aunt had untreated hypertension for 10 plus years, didn't qualify for Medicaid, wasn't poor enough, and they couldn't afford electricity, had multiple heart attacks and strokes last year, and is disabled, and most likely facing a quite early death because of PAD. It kills everyone in her bloodline, usually before 70. Uncle Sam is throwing money their way now, but it won't indemnify her loss of health. From someone from an abusive, but otherwise middle class family, I'm heartbroken. Aunt and uncle cared about my sister and I more than the family in my county, and we saw them 5 times as children, tops, because they lived 12 hours away. My dad had so much money that he'd have given them if he'd known. He gave plenty to the useless leech uncle that he didn't really like, and is now in prison. When we met again they were getting back on their feet, but literally had no money on hand to put gas in their car. I'd had a semi-tough road to breaking away from my family as a college student. Dad could only do so much. Why I delivered pizza, but I've never been that poor. I left all the cash I had with a note that said Merry Christmas when I left, and it wasn't enough. They offered to mail it back. Dad called later and thanked me. I thanked him, because for all I've endured I've never had to worry about keeping my lights on and gas in my car, and while repairs, delivering kills cars, made for some crisis, it was nothing compared to that. And if I really needed the money, Dad's bank account was one call away. Some people get the shit end of both sticks, family and money. We scraped together enough money to get a $375 a month app in 1996. We called it the House of Seven Plagues. Had mice, roaches, slugs, snuck inside a gap in the back door to get into a bag of dog food, poisonous baby snakes. Twice they got in through a gap in the front door in the wintertime, yellow jacket wasps and huge sticks outside, thankfully, and one time for 2 days our water came out of the taps brown. I worked every temp job I could find until real work came through. My best suit, women's, came from Walmart. To dress it up I put nice buttons on it. I bought at a fabric store. I wish I had known about thrift stores, like I do now. Today I get a lot of my clothes at a nice Goodwill. Back then my sister-in-law gave me her old clothes. I cried the day they were stolen out of the coin-operated washer at the end of our Sheety complex. Luckily we had good credit and could use credit cards to cover the gaps in income, and were able to drop Bank of America for a no-cost credit union after Boa bounced a check that was short $16 instead of transferring the money to cover it from my savings account. That $35 in overdraft fees really hurt. The richest I have ever felt was the day I landed a job with the state that paid $21,000 a year and came with full benefits. I saw a lot of doctors in the first few months to make up for delayed healthcare, vision, dental, etc. The second richest I've ever felt was the day we paid off the $18,000 in credit card debt we'd racked up over about 4 years. We are upper middle class now with a nice house and very little debt, and I don't feel as rich now as I did when we came out on the other side of those stressful years. Till that I've never known true poverty. We had enough to eat, a roof and electricity, and access to credit. God bless those that don't. I'm going to work harder on paying it forward. TLDR, being poor, you eat a lot of random food and it really sucks, but I couldn't imagine growing up differently, and I'm not positive I would change anything if I could. It's formed who I'm today and has really made me respect my parents for everything they did for me. Point: you never fill up your gas tank. It's always just $5. You don't plan ahead for meals with what's in the pantry. You go to the store every day to buy dinner and you decide what you eat based on what's on sale and how much you have. One night it might be 9-hour-old rotisserie chicken and just that. Another night it might be pork chops, waffle fries, and cream of mushroom soup casserole. Other times you might just eat instant mashed potatoes. One summer my brother and I ate instant potatoes for breakfast and lunch every day. They're usually 50 cents a package, filling, and easy to cook. It would always be exciting if my parents went to the store and found something like ice cream or apple turnovers on sale. You know those cheap stuffed toys they sell at grocery stores or out of the quarter machines? My parents would bring me one every couple of weeks. They tried really hard to surprise us with little thing. It was usually hit or miss. Sometimes they might get us a toy we were obviously too old for, but it didn't matter because we appreciated them and played with them anyway. The only place they spared no expense was any time we went to bookstore. We were allowed and expected to get one book, and it didn't matter which one. I know that several people have posted how this topic makes them sad, but I think it made my family closer together. We'd ride our bikes to the grocery store together and pick out dinner and then make it together when we got home. If it was a nice day we would walk 7 miles round trip to the nicer grocery store. They usually had better sales and more discounted stuff, but that really depended on if my mom had to work that day. She was, and still is, a housekeeper for a hotel and it's really tiring work. A couple of times she walked with me to Target, 6 miles round trip, because it was my favorite store, but that was in high school. We had to cross a 5-lane road, so it's understandable she didn't want to do that with a younger kid. We'd also walk to eat Chinese food at this hole-in-the-wall takeout place once a week. Sometimes we paid with change, but I looked forward to it all week long. When I didn't have a job I received comments, commodities. Each month it consisted of dry puffed cereal, farina, cream of wheat, ash, spaghetti noodles, flour, bakery mix, pancake mix, canned fruit, canned vegetables, canned juice, canned meat, chicken or beef, canned beans, peanut butter, government cheese, powdered milk, and powdered eggs. If I was early, I could get canned tomatoes for the spaghetti and canned peaches for the farina. I got a job that paid enough for to cover rent, daycare, car insurance, minimum coverage, gas, $3 points per gal, electric, and home phone connected to the wall. My soap for dishes, washing clothes, bathing and shampoo came from my work. The cleaning lady gave me, at the end of the month, the unused portions of the gallon jug of the thin neon pink liquid soap that goes in the bathroom sink dispensers. She gave me the leftover ends of the toilet paper rolls from the entire facility. I could afford ammonia to clean the rest of the apartment. My laundry was washed in the bathtub and hung to dry. The kids ate breakfast and lunch at daycare and school. I didn't have money to eat breakfast or lunch. Thankfully, my job had free coffee, so I drank that all day. Our dinners Monday through Saturday consisted of chili. It was made from the generic brand of chili seasoning packets. 2. A 5-pound tube of hamburger meat. 1 can, 64 ounces, of tomato juice. 1 bag, 2 pounds, of beans. It cost about $10 to make, and fed 3 people. I tried to make sure we peanut butter, jelly, and bread for Saturday and Sunday. It was peanut butter toast with milk for breakfast and peanut butter and jelly sandwiches with milk for lunch. Sunday nights we would fry 3 pieces of bacon and use the fat to brown rice, and have rice and bacon with milk. Sunday was my kids' favorite day, because my friend would come over and bring them a bag of chips and a soda. At times, I would get really sad about the lack of food, and think back to how much commodity I used to get. That was over 7 years ago. I have worked very hard to make sure that we live a nice home, and have newer cars. We have food that we want to eat. Everyone has their own toiletries they picked out. Our laundry smells amazing from the washer and dryer. Only my oldest son remembers those times. He doesn't waste anything. Oh, one last thing. I can't eat chili anymore. I was an adjunct professor at a university in Virginia and barely made enough money for rent. During the worst year, when I was given fewer classes than normal, I would buy a box of Flanders meat patties from Walmart and eat 1 per day, mashed and heated up with enough generic corn oil and sugar to bring my calories up to around 1100/day. On good days, I could supplement my diet with whatever free food there was on campus. For instance, when there were talks or events in the department, I would wait until everyone had left for the day, then raid the department fridge, take all the leftovers, and ration them out, as long as I could. I would also volunteer to be at any prospective student events, where food would be served. Nothing says come to this university more than a slightly non-homeless professor stuffing his pockets with cookies and tiny sandwiches. At the time, I was living in a mold-infested house about a mile from campus, which wasn't in a great part of town, but that made it affordable, and meant I didn't have to spend any money on gas for my car. That same winter, I couldn't afford to turn on the heat, so it got down to 35 indoors, and I would stay in the university library until around midnight, then return home to sleep fully clothed and in my winter jacket. I've since quit teaching, because neither the students nor the administration appreciate teachers or the purpose of teaching. Students want their diplomas and don't give a shit about anything else. Administration wants tuition dollars and doesn't give a shit about anything else. From what I've heard, the university still underpays adjuncts, even though we teach more than half the classes. Man, do I have some stories. I grew up poor, only child. For the better part of my childhood, my parents delivered newspapers. For the rest of it, they gave up and collected welfare because the government pays better than a minimum wage job. They would wake me up before the sun even rose. We are talking 4 AM, and I would sleep in the back of the car while they delivered newspapers. This was really bad when it was winter, especially in the Midwest, and the heater in our clunker of a car didn't work very well. Also, one of our neighbors at the trailer park had busted out the side window, and we couldn't afford to have it replaced. Speaking of the trailer park, when my parents finally had enough money to move out of my uncle's house, we moved to the trailer park. Cockroaches everywhere. So, I guess that's one thing we would buy, roach spray. Sprayed it everywhere we could. I never got back to school clothes. My mom would go to the rescue mission when they had those sales, where you could bring in a paper bag and put as many clothes as you could in it for $2. That was my back to school clothes. I remember in kindergarten, there was a rule, for some reason, against Velcro shoes. My parents were so mad. Shoes are expensive. When you were poor, they couldn't afford new ones for me. They sent me to school with them anyway. When I was in 5th grade, we had a class trip to the golf course. My parents couldn't afford it and asked the school if I could stay behind. My teacher, feeling bad, and I still don't get why he did this, called my parents telling them I was sobbing. I wasn't, and could they please bring the money for the field trip? They said no. The teacher ended up paying for me. Oh, also, when I was a kid, I got lice and couldn't get rid of it because my parents bought the cheap lice shampoo that didn't work. Took forever to get rid of those things. What about something poor people don't buy? Air conditioning. Heat. We lived in the trailer, which was poorly insulated. Mom kept the thermostat at 55 in the winter, and it was cold. I was so cold by the time the heat kicked on that I remember rushing to a heatron and sitting on it with my blanket so I could warm up. In the summer, when I got older, since we didn't have AC, I would spend so much time at the library because there are days in Indiana where it will get 100 plus, and it was like being in a tin can in that trailer. Another thing poor people don't buy. Christmas presents. I can recall a memory that still haunts me to this day. I woke up one morning when I was about 9 to a knock on the door. It was members of a church group holding a box of presents. My parents had contacted a church asking for help because they couldn't afford presents that year. They unwrapped the presents and wrapped it in the paper we always used so I wouldn't know, and also so they would know what they got me. I'm not mad they did it. I don't want it to seem that way. It just makes me so sad to think about how my parents must have felt not being able to buy Christmas gifts. Moving on to food. Cereal was expensive, and it was a luxury. Just couldn't get enough meals out of one box of cereal. For breakfast, my mom made me rice with powdered milk and sugar or cream of wheat. We had a lot of eggs. Have you ever had a hamburger soaked in cream of mushroom soup? My mom called it hamburger steak. Bleg. I'm now 23 getting my master's, journalism. Hopefully that explains why I can write so much. I don't want pity. Just wanted to share. Thanks for reading. Damn. This thread really hit me hard and made me realize how much of my past I have repressed. I grew up poor, not as bad as some, but not great. My dad was disabled, although he could have done more with the right attitude. Many years before I was born, he was a lawyer, accountant, farmer, and pilot at the same time. He was one of those weird workaholics that slept like 2 hours a day. However, life caught up to him. He lost his law license and ran off to become a fisherman. Fishing didn't work out so well, and then he met my mom, and then my sister and I came along. Note, we also have half siblings that are 23 to 30 years older than us. We were poor, but we were fairly happy. My mother had mental issues and drug problems, so she and dad separated, and we lived with him. We lived in a trailer. My dad drove a small Toyota, and he, fortunately, had a small pension from the military due to disability. He cooked all our meals at home for us, and he was a great dad. My maternal grandparents were fairly well off, but we didn't get much help from them. After my father passed away, after battling cancer for a few years, my sister and I went to live with my mother for a little over a year. Her drug condition got so bad that I went to my grandparents and demanded they take us in. I was about 11. Things were better then. They were able to send us to a good school. We had enough clothes. We had steady meals for the first time since my father left point. Although I thought it would never happen, I got like 95% of a full ride to college. My grandparents were able to cover the rest. The messed up part is that I probably would not have gotten this scholarship if my father was still around. Because he was deceased and had served in the military, I was able to get some extra scholarship money. The college I went to cost around $30,000 per year back then, about 10 years ago, but it's around $60,000 per year now. Kids today are getting screwed with heavy education debt. I ended up going on to law school after college, and now I'm an attorney. I just paid off my student loans, $120,000 in 6 years. I have a steady job, a really great partner, a cool dog, and a home. We don't have tons of extra cash, but we have enough to do generally what we want. We are constantly working on improving ourselves and continuing to grow mentally, physically, and spiritually. I'm grateful for this thread. It really gave me some time to pause and reflect about where I've been and where I am. People, and it seems Americans especially, put such a premium on money and more money, and we really are heading in a scary direction as the wealth gap is concerned. Not to start quoting movies, but I do think that Tom Shadyac had a good point in the film I Am, where he says the lion doesn't kill every gazelle, only what it needs. I think he also mentioned something about a tree only taking what it needs from the soil. Even if I get wealthy one day, I hope to not look down on those just trying to make it. Society doesn't do a whole lot to help people, and those that do make it often look back harshly on poor folks. I've been guilty of this as well. I realize that so many people have had it so much worse than me, but a lot of people have had it way better than me too. So here goes. Growing up in Colorado in the late 90s, we were okay. Both of my parents were in college, so we weren't great off, but we were okay. Then we moved to Texas in '98, and my dad got a new job, which he worked for about 2 years before the economy started crashing, and he got laid off. My dad went from 2000 or 2001 to about 2007 without any kind of steady job. My mom worked multiple jobs and was still able to homeschool us. My dad did various bits of contracting work with his college degree, which he was still paying off, and as a result we were extremely strapped on cash. When our '88 Suburban quit working around 2003 to 2004, my dad needed something to get to various jobs, so he bought a '92 Buick Regal from his sister for $500. We ate nothing but rice and beans all year. To make up that money, Tex-Mex is conveniently fairly cheap to make if you use Taco Bell sauce instead of buying expensive sauces and spices. We would all get one birthday present and one Christmas present from our parents every year, usually homemade or from the dollar store. Grandparents would buy us Walmart toys and they were incredible to get. For my 10th birthday in 2005, my grandpa bought me a $75 bike from Walmart, and it was the best present I had ever received. We had one computer in the house, and it was usually used by dad for his work. In 2006, we got a TV for Christmas, and a used box. It was a tiny 1-foot TV, but it was the best present we had ever received. This box lasted a few months before mom and dad sold it, because it was raising the power bill too high. Aside from that, the best presents we ever got were bags of plastic army men or cowboys and Indians, and the occasional Hot Wheels car. Around 2007, my dad got a job with a church, and in 2009 he got an even better job from his friend Dan. When he came home and announced that he had secured a job that'd pay so much, mom broke down crying with gratitude. He is now making enough money to plant us firmly in the upper middle class. We've just bought a new car. He bought me a guitar amp for my 15th birthday a few years ago. Each of my younger siblings has a laptop now. They don't understand or never had to live with being absolutely broke and living paycheck to paycheck, and to this day I cringe every time I see someone dump half a pot of coffee or a bowl full of cereal less milk down the sink. I know we can afford it now, but I grew up learning to eat food when it was available and never waste anything. Even to this day, I'm compelled to go to food kitchens and such and get leftover bread, soup, vegetables, etc. If I'm out walking and I walk under a fruit tree, I grab a piece and eat it. I save ramen packets and reuse tea bags. It's incredible how many of those food saving habits you retain. TLDR, we used to be broke when I was a kid. Now little siblings are kids and we are doing much better, and I hate seeing them waste food. When I was new and we were just out on our own, we had lived with his parents. I started working, and as soon as I started making money, my husband quit. I remember sitting at work when other employees ordered food, pizza, Chinese, etc. and waiting for them to finish eating, so I could pick through their leftovers. I was spending most of my money just to get to work, taxi, because my car broke down, and there was no bus. What I had left, I gave to my husband to run the house. I went to a local charity for help, and they told me to put low income on the paperwork, rather than husband no longer working, or something similar, then told me I couldn't afford the place where we were living, and refused to help. Now, almost 20 years later, I'm a single mother, disabled because I was in a car accident on the way to work. I was working 2 jobs, and going to school, trying to give myself and my kids a better life, trying to get ready to make a life on my own, without my husband. I was planning on having a long career ahead of me, and had no disability insurance. One place I worked, I had just started, so there was no loss of income according to the auto insurance. The other, I worked as a subcontractor, and the owner denied I worked there, even though that is where I was going when I was in the accident. So again, no loss according to the car insurance. I had just started school, was planning on going for nursing, and predictably, the insurance said, nope, not a loss, because I hadn't gotten far enough into my education. I was young, so my social security isn't much at all. Fully 2/3 goes each month just for rent alone. I had caught my ex raiding my bank account or accounts, confronted him, and he had attacked me. He threatened to kill me, then made a pretty decent show of trying. My daughter, only a child, got him off me. When my daughter and I ran from my ex, we left with just the clothes on our backs. We bounced from shelter to shelter, because we only had 30 days in each shelter, and couldn't find anywhere we could afford to live on my disability. My ex had destroyed any chances for us to have housing assistance, so that was out of the question. Welfare has 30 days to process an application. Their 30 days are not always the same as a shelter's 30 days. Shelters count weekends and holidays. Welfare didn't. By the time the welfare 30 days were up, I was going to be sent to a different county. I managed to get some help with that, and was approved the day before I was moved. If I were able to get housing assistance, assuming they are accepting applications. The wait times are often years, far beyond that 30-day limit. We finally found the place we are now. We moved into our apartment with nothing but an air mattress, a barely functioning laptop that my ex had thrown at me, a set of dollar store cooker and a few random bits of furniture and housewares that were donated through the last domestic violence shelter we stayed in. Our mattresses and most of our furniture are from the Ford furniture store, found on roadside discarded, in some cases literally. It's a roof over our heads, a start. There are times that I skip buying medication, because we need something else even more urgently. It's all just a matter of doing what has to be done. I haven't been as poor as many of the example here, but I went through a time after my divorce that I spent every dollar as if it were my last. A few things I remember: it wasn't easy to eat at home because it required pots, pans, spices and a lot of other items I didn't have. I wanted to eat at home, but couldn't afford the items I needed to make that happen. So I'd head to the bagel/sandwich place and look for a paper with a coupon to Jack in the Box. I could usually find a buy one get one free burger for 99 cents, and I could sometimes get them to give me a free drink or fries. I had a roof over my head because I agreed to manage a 20-unit apartment complex. In exchange for taking rent and showing apartments, I was given a one British rail to live in. Over time I was able to scrounge together a set of glassware and a few pots and pots which helped me eat at home. I could earn money returning shopping carts to Safeway. They paid me $2 a cart and that's how I purchased food. I had no furniture to my name. I slept on an old couch that someone left at the curb. When my grandmother asked me what I'd like for my birthday, I told her a mattress. She gave me $150 towards a mattress, and I went to a mattress store and asked what I could get for $150 and they gave me a demo unit that didn't match, but I didn't care. I cried the first night I slept on that faking mattress. What got me out of poverty? I would bike to the university bookstore near University of Washington and read computer books. I knew little about computers, but over time, I learned enough that people would pay me to help them get their computers on the internet. This was in the early 90s, and getting a Windows 3.1 PC on the internet wasn't that easy for many people. I met a guy who worked at the tiny computer shop and he would occasionally send me clients who were having computer problems, or couldn't get on the internet, or get email configured properly. I began charging $25 per incident, and raised it to $50 when I began to fill my weekends with appointments. The money added up, and the skills I learned got me hired at an ISP. I was so damn excited, and could hardly believe someone was paying me to do something I loved. I learned a lot about money during that time. I was happy to have a place to live, and that mattress was like a slice of heaven. Computers came around at the right time for me, and I was able to lift myself up from those tough times. I hope this doesn't get buried. It is very important to know about poverty outside of Western countries. I have scrolled through all the top level answers down to 10 comma. They do a great job answering this question. For the very poor in the US and other Western countries, there is a different type of poverty that almost solely exists in the poorest countries in the world. That is very important to recognize. It definitely is beyond what the majority of the other answers refer to, and it is widespread, affecting up to 1 billion people. I'm going to answer the question, what do the poorest people in the poorest countries in the world buy that middle class people in Western countries know nothing about? Unfortunately, this comes at a time in which I'm in the middle of my studies. While I'm learning about this every day, in even just 6 months I will know much more. Please excuse any inaccuracies, and I'd love for a true expert to supplement/fix this. This is also extremely variable by situation, culture, and country. That said, this is what I know thus far that can be generalized. The poor buy only 1 or 2 foods, particularly carbohydrate based. Among the very poor, it is most common to almost exclusively eat, often with 100% of all caloric intake, 1 or 2 staple foods. In various areas of the world, this may be things such as yams, rice, sweet potato, banana. Usually only one of these will make up almost the entirety of a diet. Resources for one child. Of course, even being able to afford the resources for one child places a family just above the very poorest in the world. That said, it's often the case that these families are quite large. They can't afford medicine or education. So if they have any disposable income at all, it is quite common to invest this in a single child. One child of many will get to school, will see a doctor when sick. The rest will not. Alternative contraception. Large families are not due to a lack of contraception, they are due to cultural and economic factors. These families most often still do practice a form of family planning, and they use various local resources that Westerners would be 100% unfamiliar with to do so. Wood, fire itself, or more likely in some form of oven, is the only source of heat, light, water purification, and food preparation in many areas. I do not know enough to know if wood is bought, collected, etc., but it has to be obtained somehow. Religious items. Religion/superstition plays a large role in many of the very poor's lives. I'm not sure there's anything in particular they would buy for this, but there are likely very occasional purchases, specific to each culture, that are bought based on faith and hope. This is far from universal, or even commonplace, but subsidized Western health items. Things such as bed nets, antibiotics, water treatments, and vitamins/fortified food are most often subsidized, rather than given away. Some of the very poor do purchase these items, with incidents very dependent on availability, culture, education, and more. Entertainment. When you're only able to find work 1/3 days, you eat the same thing over and over, and you don't know anything about what happens in the world outside of your small local area. You often tend to lead what can be considered a very boring life. With any influx of disposable income, entertainment is placed at a premium, often above things that may be more practical, such as more or better food. I wish this answer could be more certain and robust, and I'll update this as more things come to mind, or I receive feedback from a true expert, but I feel it is very important to distinguish between the poor in a country such as the United States and the poorest people in the poor. I was stupid poor for a year. I came into it with clothes and shoes, which was a huge help. I would order Domino's because they had the unlimited toppings deal, So I would get a medium pizza super loaded up with meat and veggies, walk half a mile to pick it up, get a half gallon of chocolate milk from 7-Eleven, and that, plus tap water and stolen vitamins from Safeway, was my food supply for about 3 days. It wasn't healthy, but it was very high in calories, so it gave me a lot of extra fat to burn. That's what I ate, food that would keep my body producing heat for $3 a day. After that ran out, I wouldn't eat for a day, usually just one. Sometimes, if I was feeling reckless and they'd just come in, I'd buy a 7-Eleven turkey sandwich that was good for dinner and breakfast. I would also eat sunlight, if that makes any sense. When I woke up, my stomach would hurt, so I'd have a glass of water and stand in the sunlight. My stomach would warm up and loosen up and stop hurting. Eventually I did this every day for about a year. Jesus, I was faking poor. I probably cold spent the money I had better and gone dumpster diving, but I survived it. So whatever point, I stole industrial rolls of toilet paper from the library, which is where I would go to use the internet to find deals such as Domino's library cards are free. I would only go to the thrift store when they were having a giant sale. Got a new ceiling fan for $10, which was nice because that was not gonna happen. Had to skip eating briefly, but I kept telling myself the human body has adapted over millions of years to starve for a little bit. Just keep up with your brain nutrients and your tap water. Point outside of work, I didn't buy anything that year besides rent and food, and a ceiling fan, and a table, and a dead man's belt. I needed a table, $15. It was actually a super nice little antique table. It looked kind of ridiculous in the hovel I stayed in, and I think I paid $1.50 for a nice belt I still use a few years later. Street Vincent de Paul in San Mateo, wonderful place. What do poor people buy? Food, mostly. And when I was young we lived in a mobile home. We did so until I was like 3 years old. So I'm told we would live on $20 a week, my mom, dad, and I. My father worked many different jobs to make up for what he didn't get working his full-time job. He would build decks and covered garages for other families living in our mobile home park. I was told that back in the day a pack of bread, bologna, and ketchup would get us through the week. My parents eventually sold the mobile home for a down payment on a new home. This wasn't the breakthrough, and this certainly is not the poorest story here, but it was a start. I have tremendous respect for my parents. They've made, I see clearly now, tremendous sacrifices to grow a family. My dad worked in the underground utility business, operating equipment and undergoing lots of manual labor. He'd been a table buster at a local restaurant, a concession boy at a racetrack, a Coca-Cola driver, a manager at Walgreens, and a tool salesman, and found an itch in digging holes. My mom met my dad at the track, worked with him busting tables, and did accounting for the same company he did selling tools. My dad and my mom went into business with my mom's parents in the underground utility business. That means that they installed communications, power, and plumbing underground. Eventually, my parents and my grandparents separated business-wise due to some difficulties and disagreements. So there my parents were left with two choices: go into business for themselves given they have a family to provide for, my younger brother at the time, and younger sister to be, or go back to their daytime jobs working for someone else. They decided to take the plunge. Enter company name because I would rather not disclose. Why? They wanted to watch their kids grow. It wasn't so easy to make it to every event that their kid had going on whilst working for someone else compared to how it would be if they made their own schedule. My father had the experience in the field. My mother knew how to run the books. There's quite a bit I leave out. Not because it's irrelevant, but because this gets the point across, and I don't want to slam you all with a massive wall of text points. So there we were, a young family with a dream. Times were tough, but not to me. As a kid, I didn't realize that the budgets, the you can't have this, the hardships and money, and the lifestyle of a startup company were all part of this next step in life. I went from you can't have this candy bar to having more presents under the tree than ever in almost no time. I realize now that it was my parents' way of buffering what was going on behind the scenes. Behind the scenes, I realized a while ago as I grew up, was the time my father spent away, the cheap meals, the purchases that nowadays would be equivalent to nothing, etc. Hell, there was even a time where I decided at a young age to grab candy from the self-portion section and eat it. My mom took me up front and made me apologize to the manager for shoplifting, and I guess I screwed up the budget because she insisted on paying for what I ate. I remember general living items being placed on layaway multiple times at Kmart, forgetting about them, and being excited for my parents when we had a new dresser for my brother. I remember plenty of DIY projects, doing the best we could to make the best of what we had. And I most definitely remember sale clothes for the next school year. Not that I got new clothes all the time, but evaluating what was needed and what wasn't. And anything that was needed was first looked for at many garage sales. Holy shit, the garage sales. My parents did what they could. I'm not saying we were extremely poor in any way. I'm just giving another perspective on this thread point. Even though I lived through different times, my brother and sister were raised in a different aspect, and I wouldn't wish it any other way. I'm happy that they got to experience what they did. I got a piece of it too while getting older. The company did well, and so did my family, but it didn't show the way I would have preferred it to. Good clothes, a nicer car to be dropped off and picked up in, and random things such as a hand-me-down gold necklace turned into comments from classmates such as, "Oh, your family is rich, and you're the rich boy," killed what should have been looked at as success for me. Obviously ideas and thoughts have changed since I've grown up, and my siblings didn't need to experience what I did. It just still bites at me a little bit. We went from $20 a week to living well. I hope and pray to do as much as my parents did every day. Some look at it with envy and some look at it like, wow, that's awesome. I don't want this to look like a bragging story or anything like that, but maybe inspiration, because it is still inspiration for myself. I can only hope to be the successful point. TLDR, there is no summary to hardship point, and for any who ask, money for myself, my parents made me earn it. I didn't get a car for my 16th birthday or anything like that. I paid for anything I wanted, and I wouldn't have it any other way. All through my primary school years, I'm 24 now, my mother worked 3 jobs and my dad worked a very low paying courier job, where he had to pay for his own petrol. They struggled for a long time with bills and school fees. We kept getting eviction notices in the mail, the power kept getting cut off, and we once got pulled out of school because the term's fees hadn't been paid. Despite working 3 jobs, my mum was always there through my schooling, doing voluntary in the tuck shop, and helping out in the PTAs to spend time with us. My brother and I never got to see her at home, so the only time we got to spend with her was on our lunch breaks at school. My dad would only really be able to afford his petrol for the week, but every Friday would come home late from work with homebrewed lemonade and a few cans of homebrewed baked beans for us to eat through the week, though every day he couldn't afford to eat himself. Mum would work voluntary at our school tuck shop as a trade for us to be able to have a free sandwich at lunch, though she went hungry herself. Hearing stories of things our friends did on weekends and always having full lunch boxes was depressing for us to see and hear, as we rarely got to see our parents. They worked so much. Thankfully, when my brother and I got to legal working age, we both got jobs and contributed to bills. We got out of that house and we are all happy and comfortable now. Once a week I take my mum out for dinner and a movie to catch up, and we see our dad every Sunday for a roast dinner. Like most of the comments I read earlier, I never appreciate how hard they both worked and all of the sacrifices they made to give my brother and I a good education, food on the table and a roof over our head. Every day I remember, and every day I'm thankful to have such loving parents. My parents were together growing up, but my dad was a musician and didn't make anything, and my mom spent most of her paychecks from dental assisting on beer. I somehow ended up in charge of all our finances, grocery shopping, cooking/cleaning, etc. starting around 11 up until I went to college. I also managed my brother, who was 2 years older than me, but has emotional development issues from my mom's abuse. I can tell you that when you live in the north and don't have heat, saran wrap on windows is awesome. My favorite treat was standing in front of the open oven door once dinner was done. That heat was delicious. Also great for drying wet clothes, as long as you watch them carefully. And you can heat a brick in your stove and use it to warm your sheets before bed. If you can't afford decent winter clothes, or even if you're cold inside, pulling up newspaper and stuffing your clothes with it works wonders. And if you put it between your clothes and your skin, you don't have to wash your clothes as often. And if you don't have electricity, oil lamps are way more cost efficient than candles. We used to get leftover fry oil from a restaurant down the street. Not clean, but it made the house smell delicious. Laugh out loud. My friends thought my family lived on fast food, and in addition to people mentioning grocery stores and restaurants tossing decent food, I should mention that many colleges do this too. My school tossed their stale bakery items at 3 p.m. on Fridays behind the dining hall and other food on other days, so I got to know all the kids who showed up regularly to collect. One of the weirder college clubs I was part of. I'm in grad school full-time right now, and I'm always amazed at how varied people's responses are to our relatively low incomes. Grads at my school, who don't get fellowships, make 15k/year working as teaching assistants. I went right into school, because I didn't want to have a few years of making tons of money then suddenly be without again. Given how many years our family of 4 lived on 15k or less, which tended to be what was left after my mom's beer spending, getting that all to myself in a year seems like heaven. I'm not even going to bring up my childhood. This starts out a little off topic, but it's just providing backstory. I'm 27 and have been a nurse for about 6 years. For the past 4 of those years, I've been working at a family practice doctor's office. Our office is just part of a larger group that has over 4 different specialties and employs over 1,000 people. Easily point all of the nurses realize that we are underpaid, not even coming close to the local average, much less the national average. The people who work in the lab drawing blood make more than we do. I try not to think about this. The company offers us insurance benefits, but the plan is terrible. A yearly deductible that most of us will only meet once or twice over 10 to 15 years. A lot of the doctors that we work directly with don't even try to hide their opinions about poor people. There was one day when one of them had to see a patient for dental pain, and after the guy left, he was saying that the guy told him that he couldn't afford a dentist. We have zero access to low-cost dentistry in this state. The doctor said. I asked him if he had a car. He said yeah, so I asked him why he didn't sell it so he can go to a dentist. It was that day that I realized the enormous disconnect between the poor and the wealthy. With all of this being said, up until these past 4 months, I have genuinely enjoyed my job. I'm lucky to work with a doctor that is not so out of touch and who does actually care about people. 4 months ago, I had just gotten out of the hospital for some issues that they weren't able to figure out, so they just let me go. I was about to plan how to budget my money so that I could pay my bills plus the new ones I incurred from the hospital. I realized that my paycheck was short about $300. I get paid every 2 weeks and don't usually make over $900 for that time frame for working 40h/week. So you don't have to do math. I make 14.45/HR. That's after 4 years of employment as a licensed nurse. I looked at my pay stub and it showed a garnishment of about $300. I called my hour person and she said that I was being garnished by a lawyer and she asked if I'd heard of them. I said no, that it didn't sound familiar. I called the lawyer and learned that they represented the company I worked for and they were garnishing and would continue to my wages for medical bills that I owed to them. Oh, and of course about $900 was tacked onto that for the lawyer's fees. This would be $300 every paycheck every other week for about 5 months. This is roughly $600 a month, which is my rent money every month. I cried for days. Hell, sometimes I still just cry. I had just been getting my life on track after a chaotic 26 years, with growing up poor, to moving across the country and back, and losing everything I owned in the process, getting married and then having it annulled, and then right after, having the only stable parent figure in my life, lose a battle with cancer, and having to hold her hand alone in the room with her while she died. Now I'm living by myself with my dog and cats, scraping by like I haven't had to do in a long while. The only thing that kept me from going off the deep end was that the other nurses at work in my station found out what happened and made this big care package for me with canned foods and boxed foods, dog food and cat food. I even had a nurse and one of my supervisors give me a $20. I know that all these girls aren't rich either, so it really was the kindest thing that anyone has ever done for me, and I hope that I'll be able to pay it forward one day. Want some not so legal/moral Tips on how to survive. While poor, many stores will have loose rolls of toilet paper and trash bags in their bathrooms. Alternate stores. A lot of grocery stores and fast food places have spoons, forks, napkins, condiments sitting out. Pretend you're buying something. Don't eat more than once per day at the same time every day, cause after a week or so of this, your metabolism gets that this is food time, and you won't be so ravenous throughout the day as you would if you were eating small things throughout. Don't ever get a title loan. My mother recommended that I get one. This was a bad idea. Don't take money advice from people who can't pay their bills. Showering once per week is actually better for your hair, especially in winter. So when you worry that your hair looks disgusting, just pull it back and say that you're using some winter hair treatment and you can't wash it, but once a week. Keep an eye on the fridge/freezer at your work if this is applicable for you. I have a good visual memory and notice which items have been in there for a month or so. Most of the time, I feel if it's been in there that long, it's fair game. This is the only reason I've had anything to eat this week. Cheap shampoo is the same thing, almost, as clothing detergent, and you can hand wash your clothes in the bathtub and then hang them up to dry overnight. Cheap shampoo will also wash your body just fine. Hand soap, obtainable from many public restrooms, will also wash dishes, just as well as dish soap. Don't ever pay a mechanic to do something. If he learned to do it, so can you. I went from not knowing how to change a tire to replacing a starter and brake pads in a German car, nonetheless, in a week. YouTube is your friend. Hopefully my story will have a happy ending, as I just had an interview with a new place of employment that actually will pay me a normal wage, give me more than a couple of days off per year, and provide me with insurance that isn't virtually worthless. This post got to my heart and memories. I'm fairly new here in Reddit, signed up today, and don't quite know how it works, but I want to share my experience. I was born in a underdeveloped country in South America, have 3 sisters and my father was the only one working. We did pretty good until my youngest sister was born. She was badly ill, and within a year we had to sell everything we owned, including 2 houses, 2 cars, my father Beatles vinyl discs collection, etc. My little sister had 6 surgeries before turning a year old. I was 4 years old. We had to move to my grandparents' house and be taken care of by my grandma and my cancer-ill grandfather. He worked from home fixing old tires. All I can remember was going to sleep very early, no TV, small meals, being waken up before dawn. It really got me looking forward going to school. This went for 2 years, until we started renting around the same neighborhood for the rest of my childhood/youth. I would complain to my mother about everything. I was really a brat. My mother would use too much onion in the steaks. After becoming a mother myself, I cried my heart out realizing she would do that for the food to be enough for the 6 of us. We would have rice or pasta on a daily basis. Never enough vegetables. Never enough fruit until me and my sisters would walk around the neighborhood taking fruits from our neighbors' trees. Mangoes are very common here in my country, so we would leave for an hour and come back with 2 bags full of them, sit in our yard, pour the mangoes in a big pot submerged in water, and eat until our stomachs hurt, laugh out loud. Since we started high school, I was 11 years old, we started showing entrepreneurial skills, and we'd sell bingo games to our neighbors. We would collect our earnings and go to the fair market to buy food for the week, and during summertime we would buy all kind of fruits, set up a table on our sidewalk, take my mom's blender out, and sell juices to whomever passed by. We have Italian heritage in me, and my sisters are on a rather pretty side, laugh out loud, so we would wear tight tank tops and very short shorts. We would work all summer long, so we could afford new uniforms and school supplies to help our parents. I believe that being this poor all of my life shaped me on what I'm now. When I was 23 years old I decided to buy my mother a house, went to the US, worked my ass off and yes, bought her a house. Now I'm a 35-year-old divorced mother of a beautiful and gentle 8-year-old boy. I pray every day to God for him never have to go through all I had when I was a child, and I think I'm in good track. PS. I apologize if my writing is not perfect. English is not my first language. El Nino, remember that. I was in middle management at a company that was making money hand over fist, keeping you afraid of that boogeyman point without any oversight whatsoever. I was charged with the task of hiring an entire tier of low-level administrative assistants. They didn't know it, but if they were hired, they got $40k, full benefits, $401k, access to a stock purchase plan and a small grant of stock options. These days, that's called a jackpot. Idealist and activist, me, saw this as an opportunity to undo the shameful, elitist, underhanded, racist, frugal, backstabbing ways of our company. I took less than 2 weeks to hire the first 4 new employees. They were 2 black guys, 1 young black girl, and 1 young Hispanic guy. Every one of them ambitious as hell, well-spoken, and sharp. Within just a couple of days, it was obvious that this was no act, and it wasn't out of desperation. They just simply worked more diligently than anyone else in the company. In those same couple of days, every drop of my pride and self-righteousness evaporated. The answer to Op's question, whatever scrap of nothingness that will keep you from noticing them until it doesn't matter whether you notice them or not, because you will most likely prove to be an asshole. And, you being an asshole, that day could mean them not feeding their children or finally finding some relief from the living hell they are trapped in. About a week in, I noticed that the young woman was wearing black house slippers. I embarrassed her when I pointed them out. She never needed and couldn't afford work shoes, and she hadn't even received her first paycheck. There were holes in the bottom of those thin terracloth slippers. She rode the bus into the city and walked right through them. When I discreetly offered her petty cash, she said $4 would do. She was going to go to the dollar store and just buy another pair. I found one of the young men in the restroom, coloring his pink women's belt in with a black Sharpie. Until he had the money to fit in, he was doing what he could to appear to be wearing a black dress belt with his slacks, because if he wasn't dressed appropriately, he risked losing his job, even for childish reasons. And he was right. We immediately gave them sign-on bonuses for their first week of work, bought bus tickets, and handed out parking cards, whether they needed it or not. TLDR, things to keep. My mom was dirt poor, raised by a single mother with 6 kids. Her father was an abusive drunk who used to beat her brothers and not come home often. Eventually he just stopped coming home at all. My grandmother married at 16 or 17 to get away from her drunk guardians, got pregnant right away. She had 2 boys, then 2 girls, then 2 twin girls. He left while she was pregnant with the twins. From what I was told, they relied heavily on the goodness of others. My grandmother sometimes worked 2 to 3 jobs at a time to provide for them. They ate a lot of canned meats like Dinty Moore and Spam, and had a lot of Irish stew. Some days they went without, some days they had a feast. They moved around a lot, and to be honest, my mom and her siblings never talk about what they didn't have. It was always what they had. They're incredibly close, much closer than I'm with my own siblings, and I think that's because there had to be point. As soon as they were old enough, my 2 uncles enlisted, 1 Army and 1 Navy, and began to send money home. Then my oldest aunt got a scholarship to go to college, first in the family, ever, and helped pay for my other aunt's college. Somehow they've all turned into amazing people who work hard and now completely spoil my grandmother. The first year they all started to earn real money and were able to completely stand on their own feet. They brought my grandmother a new car so she could drive herself back and forth from work. I believe this was in 1996. They're all paying her mortgage for her, and now my one aunt has helped all of us finish college. She even helped me buy my first car. The one weird thing I do think my mom does that stems from her growing up so poor was she gets insanely obsessed with Christmas. We never ask for anything, and yet she has to have things under the tree for us. Actual gifts, not gift cards. That stems from her childhood. My grandma couldn't really afford it, so at the beginning of the summer would put some toys on layaway and then slowly pay it off in time for Christmas. They barely had money to eat, but somehow always had a nice Christmas. TLDR, my family grew up poor. They are not upset about it. My grandma is way tougher than your grandma. Not so much a shopping list, but anecdotes from the poorest time of my life. In a charming distance way, also one of the richest times of my life. I was the definition of a starving art student my junior year of college in 2007. I studied abroad on a scholarship, but the monies I was supposed to get to live off of while I was in London got mismanaged by my home school and weren't made available to me until after I returned to the States. When I first learned of the problem, I did a quick calculation of the money I brought with me and determined I'd have £20 a week to live off of after housing and transportation. I was absolutely terrified, almost moved up my return ticket to go back home, but talked myself into sticking it out. For food, I bought a giant supermarket brand bag of Scottish oats that lasted the entire time I was there and ate that every day for breakfast and sometimes dinner or an extra snack if I had a hungry day. My school had a small cafe that sold sandwiches for £1, which is where I found out the hard way that chicken salad in the UK means a completely different thing than the chicken salad I knew from the US, and a hot lunch for £2. I'd get the sandwich on odd days and the hot lunch on even days, or when the menu was just way too rad to pass up. I'd sometimes go without lunch because I'd be in the studio, which turned out to be a pleasant distraction. I'd feel like I won a prize those days for forgetting to eat, being productive, and saving the money. When I first learned about my money situation and described my fear of malnutrition, the counselor at my exchange school enlightened me to the dish pasta bolognese. I literally ate it every single night. Bags of pasta for 35p, a jar of mushroom tomato sauce for 50p, and 250g pack of ground beef for 72p. I would make each of those purchases last for at least 2 meals. A head of garlic lasted me 2 weeks. I started walking everywhere and told myself I'd learn the city better that way rather than my friends who were taking the tube and taking black cabs everywhere. I moved from the southwest corner to the east side using my huge backpacking backpack and suitcase on the tube, and picked a day that the Northern Line broke down and everyone had to pile on double-decker bus shuttles. I had bronchitis at the time, but felt super lucky that I didn't have to pay out of pocket for the urgent care visit or the antibiotics for entertainment. I went to the Royal College of Music and sat in on the student recitals. The kids that went there had to perform for a public audience so many times for graduation requirements. I had an internship at a record label and could get tickets to any show that any of the artists on the label were performing at, even if it was a smaller act opening for a bigger name. All of the art museums there have free admission / run on donations, so I went every chance I could get. I'd go to Barnes and Noble and read the art books and magazines, and hit up the music shops and sit at the keyboards, plugged my headphones in, and play away. The store employees kind of got to know me. I wound up getting a cash-in-hand job, aka getting paid under the table, handing out postcards for a headhunter in front of tube stations during morning rush hour. I made £5 an hour about 4 hours a week, and felt like I won the goddamn lottery. I saved up so I could eat out with my friends and coworkers occasionally, and buy the occasional pint of Stella or Foster's, £1 each at the corner shop, and buy more art supplies. It wound up being the most neck-breaking learning curve of my life, but the lessons in frugality and self-sufficiency were totally worth it. The lesson I could have done without, though, was on the evening of the last day of classes, with all of the hard copies of my work with me for reviews. My backpack was stolen from the pub my professor took us next door to the school for celebratory drinks. All the crap that happened while I was there, including being broken up with over the phone on Valentine's Day by so of 4 years, was worth it. Would do again. So many poor feels. I'm truly among my people. My experience was kind of interesting because my parents divorced when I was in first grade. One household was poor as shit, still is. I'm 23 now, and the other was middle class, but only because my dad worked a minimum of 60 hours a week for over a decade and had credit cards. I relate to so many of the posts on here. Never lived in a house for more than a few months at a time. Lived with friends. Lived in the back of some owned business once. So many winters without heat. Non-existent Christmas. Knowing every check you write is going to bounce. Choosing which bills to pay. Having to use different family members' socials for water or electric because credit is so bad, etc. This all as a straight white person benefiting from perceived male privilege. I don't identify with gender. Can't imagine how anyone who isn't in that same power dynamic does it. Few years ago I was working and going to college on government school money. Only had about 4 hours a day. I wasn't at one or the other. Sleep wasn't a thing. Eventually I lost it and dropped out of school. 6 months later I quit my job and decided I was moving to the city. After this I decided I wasn't going to work wage labor ever again. If I'm going to be poor, it's going to be on my own terms, and it's taught me a lot these last 2 years of being unemployed. The city is so much better to be poor in. You learn to do without, find for free, or steal. I started eating out of dumpsters and got food stamps. I'm vegan, so when I got access to food stamps I had way more than enough. Rice, beans, quinoa, couscous, potatoes, eggplant, pasta, all literally dollars per pound. Spices are cheap and can be slipped into your pocket, or you lie about them on the price your own bulk things. Walk into fast food restaurants and take condiments. I qualify for selling my plasma, so I do that now, and it brings in around $60 a week. I lived in a 1-bedroom slum apartment with 4 other people. Most of them didn't pay rent though. I always keep my car, so I can live in it just in case. Plus it gives you somewhere to cry. I learned how to steal necessities from corporations, deodorant, mouthwash, etc. I started just doing things for everyone for free. If I saw they needed help I would do it. I'm hyper involved in activism in my city, and it saved my ass so many times. People remember people who get their back when they're in need. Poor people take care of each other. The best we can point in the city, there's always a dumpster with something in it. A show that you can talk the door guy into letting you in for free. A couch to sleep on if you're good at making friends. Another thing, which I don't take advantage of as much as I should. If you are good with computers, you can download just about any program online for free, and YouTube tutorials are free. Learn a specialized skill and do freelance work. Web design, graphic design, etc. A few months ago my stepmom had a stroke, so I returned home to help my family. My lease was up, and I had nowhere to live anyway. Had been living with friends for a few months. Nowadays things are going pretty alright. I'm saving up money to open a free store back up that I used to run. We got kicked out of our space by a fake church that was trying to rip poor people off. It was a nightmare. And start our free food programs. We're buying a house for around $8,000, which we've got a little over $5,000 now. Thanks to working hours off fundraising point. Fight like hell and don't let life knock you down too much. D to sit on a bench on a main road sewing them back on. I left my tent there in a day while waiting some frustrating days, and one night went back and couldn't find it in the dark. Then after shining a torch around, I started to seeing bits of my stuff strewn in the dark. I reckon one of the horses that grazed the common had smelled food, and they all trampled it. Or a nasty cunt trashed it right properly. Whatever. All my small rucksack of sheets strewn in the mud. I ended up sleeping in a hut attached to one of the allotments next to the common, which was waterlogged. Spent a few nights there, or at least 2. Crumpled in a weird ball to avoid the wet. Worst sleep ever. And this is probably, and I knew it at the time, the most debased I ever got, but also flipping hilarious. I tried washing one of my shirts in the river. If you happen to know the geography of various towns with Eunice, you can probably work out where this is. Ended up making it more muddy than clean. Left it to dry by a fire, while I went to wash another. Came back to find it mostly wet, but with one dry part, which was in fact on fire. It was a heavy wool shirt. I remember coming back with the other wet shirt, finding the first one both wet and burning, and thinking vaguely, this is too funny, and I really don't know anything about what I'm doing. I put the shirt fire out, placed it to dry further from the wood fire. Next morning I had a muddy, partly singed tartan wool shirt that absolutely reeked of the smoke from the fire and burns. Class. And I wore it. This might be out of sequence, might have been a whole early experience. Need to check my memory. Anyway, somehow got my walking boots. Gave my tent away to the charity shop. 2-person canvas army tents cannot be carried for long. Walked for 20 miles with a rucksack that was cripplingly heavy with a piece of plastic tarpaulin as my intended shelter. Got 20 miles north of town. Cold, exhausted. Found a country park. Windy. Spitting rain. Try to mount my tarpaulin into some lean-to shelter under a tree, which I had imagined, but not thought through, let alone tested. Cut extra holes in the plastic, not canvas tarp, no, too expensive. To get the rope to stay attached to it, it just span in the wind on the axis of the rope. Tried to light a candle. Used a whole box of matches, failing to light a candle. Started crying. Realized I was not going to make this work. Fell asleep huddled in a plastic tarp. Thank fuck it had stopped raining. Next day, beaten. Go all the way back to the town and go to the homeless shelter for young people. Spend Christmas there. I'll write more if anyone gives a shit, and probably even if they don't. I think I just remembered more of the chronology of the burning shirt and a fresh humiliation. But just so you know, after a couple of months I did travel to Scotland, but on a bicycle. During all this time, I had had a dispute with my mum in London. But that got resolved too, and she bought a proper tent for me, which definitely helped me avoid death by plastic tarp misadventure or overweight army surplus tent. You might think I'm making this up, but firstly, why would I do that? Second, if I told you what stuff I have done since, you would definitely think I was lying. Third, you might think this is sheer willfully idiocy playing out, not poverty. I guess, and I'd sort of accept that, but then, a lot of poverty comes from some kind of idiocy. Surely whatever, knock yourself out. I feel sad, amused, proud, and rather amazed. I'm infrequently here and new on Reddit, but this topic hit home for me, and I had to chime in. Growing up with a single mom, we were usually broke. Mom started sharing her checkbook ledger with me at 11, and by 15 I had a job. The thing that really bothered me over and over were the fees. Bank overdraft fees, late bill payments and late rent fees. All the way down to late video rental returns. Of course, our own fault. That would balloon out of control due to lack of payment. I have a $60 VHS copy of I'm Gonna Get You Suka with a Blockbuster video sticker on it in my garage. Mom was a master of knowing how long she could delay a bill safely without the power being shut off, a skill I learned quickly. The overriding feeling I got growing up poor, but watching my mom try to navigate middle-class jobs in the CA Bay Area, that the corporations around me were vultures preying on the weak people who couldn't defend themselves, while the financially stable people somehow got perks associated with their status. I still feel this way today, and having straddled this line between lower and middle class my whole life, I can clearly see when I'm getting preferential treatment due to my status and these late fees and charges carried on into my adulthood, because it was what I was taught. I'm just now in my 40s, almost to a point where I will not be living paycheck to paycheck. I'm so glad I cannot see in dollars how much of my life's earnings have gone to these kinds of fees. There was never any money. How could mom teach me money management skills? I wish I could go back to my 18-year-old self and beat myself up for spending all $300 of my graduation cash on music CDs and then getting a $400 secured credit line to buy school books for junior college. The joy of having that much unexpected cash was too much. When mom said to treat myself, I did, and I regret it. On the plus side, I still have the CDs edit. I know this isn't something purchased per se, but it's a side effect of buying stuff and definitely prevented purchases. Can ya tell I'm nervous about posting on Reddit? I know, especially after reading some of these stories, that I have it better than lots of people, but here's my worst story involving not having enough money. I live in a modular house, built new, with a modular house furnace, that never worked well from the start. About 5 years in it started short cycling, the thing would kick on, flame would start, then something would kill the flame within a minute, it would blow for a minute or so to clear the chamber, and then start up all over again. It never got around to blowing warm air, because the chamber never warmed up. My regular heating/cooling company couldn't figure out what was wrong. It took them $300 plus to tell me that, which took months to pay off. A friend recommended someone else, who tested the exhaust, and said it was emitting fumes, and I should not run it at all, that the heat exchanger was probably broken, and would take $5-600 to fix. So here I was in northern Indiana without a working furnace. Not the coldest place in the country for sure, but still can get pretty cold in the winter. I went 3 winters without a working furnace because I live pretty much hand to mouth and could not get the money together. Every year I would hope for a good tax refund, but there was always something else like car repairs that took priority. A furnace will keep you warm, but you can't drive it to work. I spent the winters wrapped in layers of clothes, trying to keep warm with a couple of electric radiators and a space heater. The worst thing about not having heat is, everything you touch is cold. The countertop is cold, the floor is cold, the walls are cold, your clothes are cold, and don't even get me started on the toilet. Coming home from work is joyless because you know you're just going to spend hours trying to stay warm. Finally, a co-worker who got wind of the situation arranged for her furnace guy to take a look at it and promised that it wouldn't cost me anything. This guy spent about 15 minutes checking things over before he saw that the intake and exhaust pipes in the soffit were right next to each other, so the furnace was pulling in the moist exhaust and then it was freezing in the intake pipe and clogging it, and that's why the furnace was short cycling. He put a couple of plastic pipe elbows on the pipe ends so they would be a foot or so apart, and it fixed it completely. I couldn't believe it. Still working fine several years later. He wouldn't take any payment and I suspect my co-worker paid for his time. I still feel like I'm one disaster away from bankruptcy, but at least I'm fairly warm in the winter. Won't ever take my furnace for granted, I can tell you. My sad story. My dad was 30 years older than my mother, and he had me when he was 60. His salary was good enough so we could have a great life, and also he had a piece of land which had a great value. The problem was that he was afraid of spending his money, like he would run out of it, and we were living with my grandma in an old house which had a lot of roaches, rats, spiders and nasty stuff. Me and my sister always dreamed of having a room. I know it is weird, but me, my mom, my dad and my sister were used to sleep in a single room, although that house had like 4 rooms. We were not allowed to use those 2 other rooms because there was some stuff in it. Even in this bad condition I was the best student in my class, but my dad got ill when I was in high school and that led me to a big depression. He made me his nurse. Every time he wanted to go out he would take me with him with force. Every night I had to cut his pills in half. I had to give him water, make his bed. I was sleeping near him every night. I was left without a choice. Because of that condition I could not sleep very well, and when I woke up there were no warm water to wash my face. I always got late to school, and our teachers and principal always treated me bad and other students always laughed at me. They didn't even know what I was going through. My grades started to get worse, and I wasn't studying anymore. My dad passed away a day before my final exams. I loved him, but we never understood each other. After that we sold that piece of land and me, my mom and my sister have our own house, but I wish when my dad was alive he did this and we were able to live a better life together. I wish that my past memories of life were better. Sorry for my bad English, and thank you for reading. I got an interesting one. I grew up dead poor with only a mother to raise me, and my mother was mentally unstable. I would describe her as a little narcissistic, a little bipolar, a lot paranoid, and a complete lack of understanding what's right and wrong. She would literally do anything to survive. She was a hellbent master of self-preservation. And she had a son, me. Notice I said self-preservation, as in she comes first. All these stories about a mother doing so much to keep her children happy are alien to me. My mother told me to steal for her, as far as telling me to steal cigarettes for her. Before I got good at stealing for her, if I got caught, she would turn into the mother that took her eyes off her son for 1 minute. She could make any cop believe anything. She'd beat my ass right on the sidewalk and the cop would be no wiser. She was a master at using men to get what she wanted, and that's how she has the life she has today in a house in Florida. My mother gave me ramen and made herself a turkey sandwich. My mother got her hands on an electric blanket while I had a raggy wool cover with 9 holes in it because I faking watched them grow over the years. I can ramble all day about this 21 years of being fucking blind and thinking this is how the world worked. Being only around because I brought in money from my father, who is a faking great man, but got used by this witch. I guess the moral of the story is, Being poor sucks, but being poor with a horrible parent is worse, because now I'm 25, and I don't know a goddamn thing about the real world, and I'm expected to take the whole thing on, and learn on the fly, and I'm not sure if I'll ever get out of this tiny sheet apartment, or go to bed with a full stomach. Going to get buried, but I'll share what I've got anyway. I've never been quite as bad, so some on the thread, but at one point, when I was pregnant with my son, I was forced to move back on with my father, his new wife and her youngest 2 kids. I was doing quite well when I fell pregnant and was supposed to be given the unit I was living in at the time, but the owner was on ice. His wife left him and he had to come back, hence why I had to leave. My father was living on a farm out of town and I ended up in his old mice/snake/spider infested caravan downhill from the house. I'm in rural Australia. Both parents are on disability and I received $240 per fortnight. $180 went to my stepmother for rent. $20 went on baby gear and fuel to op shops and $40 on food. Few things I learned were if you're on tank water and run out, you can pick up used 1,000 litre tanks for cheap, and if you have a dam or creek nearby, they are really good for storing just enough water for a week or 2 of camp showers and toilet water. Reject shop sells 2 liters of water for 75c. Safeway does loaves of bread for 85c. Most church-based food parcels are 90% expired food, but the yogurt usually keeps for a couple weeks, and going to 4 to 5 places in a day usually gets you at least a week's worth of decent food. When getting food parcels, Dad would say he was getting one for himself, and one for the mother of his kids as she can't drive, and I get one myself. So we'd leave more than if we said we were a family. I wasn't allowed their food though. Housing places outside of DHS have an allowance of money to help pay rent if you're extremely poor. Don't rely on them to find you a house, but use all the funding you can to save up a bit. They can also pay for medical scripts to be filled. St. Vinis, Salvos and churches are always happy to help you with anything for your children. Never be ashamed to ask if you feel bad for the help. Most of the volunteers are elderly. Go have a chat with them every now and then, be friendly. Showing appreciation and giving them your time makes them more than happy. $to shops sell cheap cleaning supplies. Kangaroo and deer are relatively easy to hunt, and the meat lasts ages. Alternatively, meat from the deli is cheaper than buying in packs. I'm very lucky. I was born poor. My dad had to sell his own clothes to buy my first winter coat as a baby, but now, through sheer determination and hard work, he has built a great business and our family has a good life. But my parents and their parents knew real poverty. My mum was the youngest of 4 in a small mining village in the west of Scotland. She had 1 pair of trousers for school. We have to wear school uniforms here for any non-Brits. If she wanted them clean, she had to wash them and leave them over the radiator at night. My dad considered himself lucky by comparison, because he had 2 pairs of trousers, one with holes in them, and one too short. His family should have been comfortable, but my papa was an alcoholic who drank away all their money. My dad regularly went hungry because his mum would eat the last of the cereal. If my mum bought lunch at school, she couldn't afford to ride the school bus home. Things didn't get better for a long time for my parents. When my parents got married, they exchanged their wedding presents for food vouchers. My dad once told me about my great-grandpa's little insecurity. Growing up, his parents couldn't afford to buy him shoes. When he died, my dad found 30 pairs of shoes in his wardrobe. Not much to some, but in the kind of community he lived in nearly 30 years ago, this was significant. The funny thing is that my dad is the same, even if he doesn't realize it. He is constantly buying clothes, even though he doesn't need them. I live in our flat in a different city to my parents and I keep needing to buy coat hangers for all the new clothes he buys. I don't complain, because I know he is compensating for his childhood. My mum still cries when my dad buys her nice jewelry, knowing what he went through as a child and how he has turned that into his driver for success makes him my hero. I lost a $60k a year job in 2008. Had about $20k in a 401k and left it into shade because in case I didn't make it through, very deeply depressed at the time, it would go to my then girlfriend whose family emigrated to the US from Mexico. I cut off pretty much all ties with friends as free cash savings evaporated. I ate a lot of tuna, at least for a few weeks. This was the period of life when I came to understand food could be an art form and a welcome distraction. Half a knife blade of butter, spread on some 2-cent pieces of bread. Add half a piece of fake cheese. Spread some dried oregano into the butter and make grilled cheese. Don't burn the bread, but grill long enough for a satisfying crunch. That's what cheap food lacks: texture. Ate lots of peanut butter. Water. Nothing much else. Got a job delivering pizzas. Tried to outwork other drivers, so I'd make an extra $10-15 a night in tips, but only worked 3 shifts a week. Got a free personal pan pizza if I worked 4 hours or more. Lots of times just ate 1/4 and had for meals. This went on for about 12 months. It was painful because we grew up poor and I felt like I was getting exactly what was meant for me. I'm doing well now, mid 6 figures income, but we still eat a lot of beans and rice. Lots of leftover soup. Still make those grilled cheese sandwiches. Freeze all leftovers. It's nice to not feel guilty anymore about eating ground beef or fish. Can't have the sweet without the sour. I tip waiters and delivery drivers very well because I have no idea what silent struggle they endure. But the reality is that most of us are just a few paychecks or an illness away from pushing a cart under a bridge. I don't really enjoy life because I'm constantly vigilant of returning to the bread days. My family was lower middle class, but my parents worked multiple jobs to make ends meet. However, I spent a lot of time with my ex-wife's family from around age 17 plus, around 2002. Her dad was handicapped and couldn't work, and her mom lost her job shortly after we met. They were on drugs and such, basically deadbeat losers, but still nice people, to me at least. Spending time with them, I realized they basically lived in poverty. Most folks have mentioned the food, but what I think differed in this situation is my ex and her younger sister were typically in charge of buying food when money was available, or I was able to lend some from my part-time grocery store gig. We would buy like kids, lots of junk that was gone quickly. Basically splurged on what to you and me would be fairly cheap junk food. Gas station food, burritos and such, that live under those warmer lights, was also a premium. There was no fast food in her little town, not that we could afford it. The highlight though was her father's chicken fried hamburgers. Basically homemade chicken fried steak with ground hamburger instead of round steak. It was actually pretty damn good, very tender. Cars would come and go a lot. Their cars would break down constantly. Her dad would spend days working it with parts from a junkyard, and then maybe run for a couple more weeks. Eventually it would just give out, and they would be without a car for weeks/months. It's hard to explain how important cars are here, Texas, where everything is so spread out. Rental movies from the local rental shop was big. Her family had one of those flimsy $20 DVD players, but no remote. Her dad probably stole it. You could play the movie, but not stop it at any time. TV was just whatever came in on the antenna, assuming that was working. I gave her sister an old Gamma Cube which she played the hell out of. We went through a lot of hell back then, but I still look back at a lot of things fondly. It just felt like you appreciated things a lot more. Kinda hard to explain if you haven't been there. I still keep that in mind, even though I'm financially fairly well off these days. There used to be a local program for low-income families called Angel Food. You would sign up at a church and county they provided to, or if you were lucky enough to live within walking distance of a library, you could sign up online there for it. You could buy a box of food as cheap as $10 and up, and they would give you an assortment of different foods, most non-perishable. Other boxes that were more expensive you had to have a freezer for. My mother used to wait in line at the church with us to pick up the food on the designated day. You provide the box for them to load the products in, and we would space out the food to stretch over the next few weeks. When we ran out, we would eat mac and cheese and hot dogs. I was the oldest of 3, so while mom was at college, paid for bar loans, and my father who was working 60-hour weeks at a copper mill, no one was home. After we would be out of school and I would make good for my little brothers. Usually we saw mom at 8. She would do her homework until late, clean the house some, until she passed out, and wake up the next day, and do it again. My dad I got to see early in the morning, at 4 a.m, when he got home from the graveyard shift. This was the only time of day I ever got to see him for about 4 years or more. My brothers and I would entertain ourselves by playing in the backyard with balls we found, left at the local park, and toys left in the lost, and found at school. Living like that kept me very close to my siblings for a long time, until my father became an alcoholic once he lost his job, and liked me. We were never extremely poor, but we were definitely at the lower end of middle class / upper poor a lot of years growing up. Most of these things I didn't realize other families didn't do until I was over 15 and working myself reusing plastic bags and tinfoil. We even had a bent coat hanger to put the Ziplocs over on top of the heating vents. Doubled to dry winter boots. Eating from the dollar store food aisle. Like others, I rarely saw individual anything in my lunches. Fun treats like Lunchables, fruit roll-ups, etc. Less than once a year. Mom rolled her own cigs to save money, then started buying from the reserve. Finding your Christmas gift in June because you stumbled upon mom's shopping bag from the outlet store. Garage sale everything, used everything. My dad traded labor with his family for things we needed, or tried to. They grew up depression level poor, so help was there when you needed it. We grew as much of our own food in the garden as we could. 100+ acre farm, so we had room, but this fails hard in rough Canadian winters. We had a small indoor setup in the winter for some things like tomatoes. Luckily I guess, for small town Ontario being poor wasn't uncommon, so we weren't alone in any of this. All this being said, my parents were simply frugal, reasonably so, trying to feed 2 kids on a self-employed wages, and dad's farm is going under. We didn't have fancy toys or nice clothes, but we had great experiences. My brother played hockey, extremely not cheap, with hand-me-down gear from the neighbors and a packed lunch instead of concession stand food. I played piano, and later after school sports, free. We rocked, borrowed from a friend for free, the NEU Points and Maritimes instead of Disney. Explored the barn, neighbors' fields and the bush, because we couldn't afford to drive a few kilometers into town. Although we did bike it a lot later, I never understood most of it until a few years ago, when I started working full-time myself. I get the desire to be self-employed, cause corporate overloads blow, while being a student. It got rough for a while. To the people that bought me coffee when my debit got declined, or waited patiently as I counted out quarters and dimes to buy a $2.50 slice of pizza, thanks. When my daughter was very young we didn't have a lot of money. Even with food stamps and WIC toward the end of the month things got tight. So we'd have flour and water pancakes, covered in gravy made from one of those individual servings of butter you get in some restaurants, courtesy of a friend who worked there, and powdered milk. I'd drag the kitchen chairs into the living room, use our extra sheet to make a cover, and we'd have a covered wagon dinner, like they had on Little House on the Prairie. She thought it was a great adventure, and never realized it was, because her daddy wouldn't keep a job. One of the things that made me decide to leave him was when we were at the drugstore picking up a prescription for yet another of her ear infections. Thank God for Medicaid, and she asked for a bag of Cheetos. And I had to tell her no, because I didn't have the 79 cents. A man who was in line behind us heard me trying to explain to her that mommy didn't have any money and that maybe we could get it next time. Naturally she started to cry a little, but then she sort of shrugged her shoulders and said okay mama in a voice that made me hurt. The gentleman standing behind us knelt down and asked my daughter how old she was. She told him she was 3, but was going to be 4 in just 2 days. He reached into his wallet and gave me a $5 and told me to spend it on her. I bought her the Cheetos and hid the rest, because if her dad knew I had it some sort of emergency would have arisen where he just had to have every cent of money I had. Usually the emergency was that he needed cigarettes. It was things like that, more than him cheating, that finally made me leave. I used to work part-time in an office building, cleaning up after hours. Lots of times they would have catered box lunches and they'd just throw the extras away, still sealed up, perfectly good food. I started carrying a large tote bag to work, and every time they'd do that I'd load up the extras and take them home. Luckily they usually waited until the end of the day to toss them, so they were right on top of the bin. We might eat soggy sandwiches for a week, but at least we ate. After reading most of these, I realize I didn't have it nearly as bad as most of you, but I will share anyway, because the way I live my life today is a direct result of how many situations and some specific events were in my childhood. My mom was 17 and single when she had me, and was not financially or mentally ready for a child. When she became pregnant with my sister, it was too much for her to deal with mentally, so I went to live with my grandparents. They weren't poor, per se, but money was tight. However, from age 4 to 11 they spoiled me with pretty much anything I wanted. If I didn't get it, I would throw a raging fit until I did, even if it meant spending money that was supposed to go elsewhere. Yeah, I was that child in the store that everyone points at and says if that were my child I'd slap the shit out of him. I still thought money grew on trees. Why wouldn't they get me something I wanted? This went on through my elementary school days. Eventually my mom decided that she wanted to be a more stable part of my life, and when I was 11 I went back to live with her, my sister, and my mother's new husband. She'd changed real fast in the "if I want it, I'll get it" department. Neither my mom nor her husband could keep stable jobs, and that was made worse with the fact that neither of them had any schooling aside from their GED'. I remember we would go weeks living on whatever crackers and soup was left in the pantry until their support check came in, and they went to Aldi's to go grocery shopping. The groceries never lasted very long though. We would binge to make up for what we had missed the previous week or two, and before we knew it, we were right back at crackers and soup. I took the change in lifestyle very hard. I always got whatever I wanted and whatever I needed when I was with my grandmother, and I hated is a little strong, my mother for it, because I faulted her for not giving me the same treatment as my grandmother did. I had no concept of money or work yet. As an 11-year-old, life was still a big ol' game, and I was getting the big fat sheet-ass end of the stick. 16 was a difficult age for me. I was more aware of the money situation in my family, and I got the biggest jolt of reality I've had in my life. I will never forget this day. My great-grandmother was diagnosed with psoriasis of the liver and Alzheimer's, and wasn't given very long to live. I remember going to see her one day with my mom, after not seeing her for years, and she didn't even know who I was. After a little bit of explaining from my mom and I, she remembered that she would occasionally call me by my uncle's name or her brother's name, because she couldn't keep it straight. I remember very vividly that day, when we were alone together, that I asked her for $30 for this new game that was coming out, and I knew that I wasn't going to get anything from my mom, so why not? She said sure, and pulled out her checkbook. After a minute, I looked at the checkbook to see her writing on a blank piece of paper, half of it completely incoherent, with a pay to the order of to my uncle's name. At that very moment something inside of me snapped into place, and it hit me like a train. What was I doing? Why am I such a greedy, spoiled little dweeb? This woman did everything for me when I was younger, and here I'm taking advantage of her, and she doesn't even know who the fuck I am. I promptly told her to never mind. I didn't need the money, smiled at her, told her I loved her, and gave her a great big hug. We finished out the visit and went home. That was the last time I ever talked to her. She died 4 months later. I went through a huge transformation after that. When I was 17 I got my first job working 40 hours a week at minimum wage over the summer, bumming lifts to work from my mom when she went to her job in the morning. With the first 2 paychecks I bought my first car, a $500 clunker. Since then I have considered myself independent. I lived under my mother's roof until I was 21. However, I was paying part of the bills, plus my own bills, cell phone, insurance, car repairs. I was buying my own food because I didn't want to take from my mother and sister anymore. I became the first one of my family to complete a college level education, all while working 2 jobs. That isn't a diss to my family, it was me just realizing that I wanted to break the cycle. I didn't want to live like that. I didn't want to rely on others. Every day I regret being that little spoiled brat who got pussy when he didn't get his way. I hate my younger self for that now so much, along with all the things I did and said to my great grandmother, things that I can't apologize for now. Now I'm 27, I'm in my own place, and while I'm not wealthy I'm comfortable. I live on a budget, even though I would probably do okay without one. There are a few material things I have gone begone, relatively speaking, because they are things that keep me happy, but otherwise I live with a necessity only plan. My sister has taken after my lead, at least she credits me, and she is engaged to a great guy. They have a child, and are renting a house together looking to buy one of their own soon. My mom's situation is a little better than it was 10 years ago, however she has made some really poor choices that has secluded her from most of the rest of the family, but that's another story for another time. TLDR, I hope you read the whole thing, but if not, I was a spoiled child in a poor house, had a life-altering moment that gave me a new outlook, doing fine now but very money conscious. It's more what poor people don't buy. Paper products. Paper towel, I still don't buy it. Never had it growing up. Lots of cleaning rags, but there was no way we were spending money on something just to throw it away. Toilet paper. Stole that sheet from McDonald's and wasn't aware that 2-ply was even an option when I was a kid. New clothes and linens. I will pay retail for sheets and towels now, although we never did. When I was growing up, it was always from the Goodwill or from garage sales. I still can't bring myself to buy my kids new clothes, knowing how fast they are going to outgrow them, and honestly, because we don't have the money, I still garage sale and thrift store those items. I do buy them new shoes, because that was one of the few things that I did get new as a kid. Every year, I would get new shoes, but usually only ever once a year. I remember trying as hard as I could to not get that first scuff or scrape on them. New cars. I was 18 before I knew what new car smell was. I had never been in a car less than 10 years old until then. Actual cleaning products. I can clean anything with vinegar and baking soda because you could buy those off of food stamps. Never really bought any real cleaning products except for bleach until I moved out on my own. Trash bags. We never had trash bags. It just seemed unnecessary. We had one big trash can, as well as plastic grocery bags, if there was something that was so nasty it needed to be bagged. I'm doing a lot better than my mom did when I was growing up. I have never been evicted, that used to happen a lot, but I have been homeless, and right now, I have to make a loaf of bread, a half bag of cereal, a half gallon of milk, and a fryer chicken last until Saturday, when my husband gets paid, plus some canned food and a few leftovers in the freezer. I got a shut-off notice for the power/gas today, and I'm not even worried. This is little stuff compared to living in my car, worrying about being carjacked, or my daughter telling someone, without understanding, that we were living in the car. I've been in worse spots, and I have no room to complain, considering some of the things in this thread. I don't think they know how much it sucks to be cold. Actually cold, in the unable to get warm way. Or to not be able to afford the medical care a doctor suggests. Mostly this is just me complaining about being poor. I was kicked out at 16 and my parents really don't care if I starve. Basically you're queer, and we don't care. I finished out high school, went to college, and I'm in grad school now. I went to undergrad in Maine, because it was as far as I could get from my native California. I lived in the dorms the whole time because scholarships, loans, and grants would pay for that. Anyway, after I graduated I rented a little apartment. I had no idea how to go about doing that, so I just rented the first one that would rent to me. The next November we got a new boss at the residential treatment center I worked at, and she decided she wasn't okay with having a transgender guy working with kids, and informed me that I wasn't allowed to use male pronouns at work, and I had to go by my legal name instead of my nickname. This was the equivalent of telling a woman who goes by Sam that she must be called Samantha. I refused and was fired. It was illegal to fire me, and I knew that, but I didn't have the money to make it a big deal. It was approaching winter in Maine, and, while I made things work for a couple months, I ran out of heating oil and they wouldn't do a partial fill of my tank. I went to the heating oil assistance people, but I didn't have all the correct paperwork, so I was denied. My pipes froze, which means no running water, no stove because it was a gas stove, and I had to keep the house below freezing, so the pipes wouldn't melt and flood the place. I spent probably 3 weeks living in the library during the day, and at night sleeping wrapped in an electric blanket and crying. I lose my appetite when I'm stressed, so I was just a generic brand granola bar or two a day. I broke down and called a friend I'd stayed with over winter breaks in Boston and I moved in with her. I'm in grad school now, graduating in May, and I still live with them, a nanny in exchange for a room to live in. This living situation is ending this coming summer. They're moving, and I'm freaking out that I'll end up essentially homeless again. I already don't buy myself the things I actually need. I live in Massachusetts and I can't bring myself to buy a proper winter coat. I don't buy myself nice gloves or hats, just the cheap ones at CVS. I've never owned a pair of winter boots. I got a winter jacket shell from Ems for $11 because the zipper is broken and there was a small rip on the arm, and with a fleece I got from a free clothing box that's warm enough for most of the time, but when I'm standing, waiting for the train and it's 10 degrees it's damn cold. None of my friends know how poor I am, though. Realistically I'm fine at the moment, but I spend all my time waiting for the other shoe to drop. To be kicked out, or lose my job, or to have, like, my one pair of dress pants rip and not be able to afford them and therefore not be able to go on job interviews. Over a year ago the doctor found a heart murmur and told me to get it checked out. My insurance doesn't cover enough for me to afford it, so I haven't gotten it done, and I haven't gone back to my doctor because I haven't gotten it done, and I know that she'll ask about it. A few months into moving to Australia my family was struggling with rent and I'd just lost my job, so I moved out and started squatting so my mom could move into a smaller, cheaper place. Sydney is a pretty easy place to live without money, at least if you either have a certain set of skills or know people who do. Food is the easiest one. Most supermarkets throw out all kinds of shit, much of which isn't even expired. If you know the right dumpsters you can find pretty much anything at all other than ice cream. Quite a lot of people who don't really need to dumpster do it anyway to save money, especially around the inner west. If you have a car you can get pretty much whatever food you need or want, if you figure out which dumpsters you like. There's also what some people call tablet diving, which means walking around a food court or restaurant and picking up unfinished food. Sometimes at the upmarket food courts in the city we can find enough stuff to put together a substantial meal for 5 or more people that would cost hundreds to pay for. At some bars you can get away with doing this with beers. In the early morning restaurants in some areas of the city get milk delivered to them in these plastic crates that can be left out the front for hours at a time. You can pick these up and nobody is likely to notice. The crates themselves, which are littered all over the city, are also quite good for making furniture out of. Shelter is slightly more difficult. Public restrooms can be a temporary measure. You can usually tell a house is empty by the overgrown grass and overfull mailbox, and these places are everywhere. Sometimes the doors are even left unlocked, and when they aren't you can use a crowbar if you determine it to be necessary. It's good to change the locks/fix the door as soon as possible. Many empties already have water, never hot water, or power going, some of them both. If not, getting the power on is usually as easy as flipping a switch. Eviction, as far as I know, is rarely anything of much consequence. Just pack up and find a new place. They can only charge you with break and enter if they actually catch you doing it. Only one person I know was ever charged with anything. On designated council cleanup days, which are different depending on which part of the city you're in, people leave all kinds of shit on the side of the road. Clothes, furniture, and mattresses aren't very hard to find. Appliances like working microwaves and kettles come up regularly as well. Shoplifting small amounts of food is also pretty easy. On the off chance you're caught, most of the time they just tell you to give the stuff back and never return. Even after this, they'll usually forget you in a few weeks. Transport in Sydney is actually free most of the time. At the train stations, only cops and the people in white suits can actually do anything. If all there are is those orange and grey suits, you can jump over the barriers, no problem, and they can't and won't do anything about it. Most of the time on the bus you can just walk on without putting your ticket in, even if you're the only one getting on at your stop. Living like this is incredibly easy if you can put up with going hungry some days. If you have a job it's even easier, or if you can get on welfare, which I'm not eligible for. The only stuff I ever really spend money on is alcohol and tobacco, which means about 3 or 4 hours worth of busking for the cheapest bottle of wine and pack of cigarettes. I guess this wasn't really much of a post about what poor people buy quite as much as a post about how to save a shit ton of money. Fuck, imagine living for free like this and also having a job. You could save for pretty much whatever you wanted. Or if you don't have a job, you have an unbelievable amount of free time, which I mostly use to study and do activist shit. Obviously this isn't for everyone. If you're in a legal situation where a trespass can cause you severe problems, or if you have kids, if you have many valuable things, or you need constant internet access, you probably don't want to squat. If you have special dietary needs, you probably don't want a dumpster. If your immune system is weak, you might not like tablet diving. If you're in a wheelchair, then barely any of this is really viable. It does work out quite well for me though. I'm not sure how I stumbled onto this thread, but I'm sort of glad I did. I've been in a kind of funk about my own situation in life right now, and I didn't know the right place to vent. Even now, I can't say that this is the appropriate place, but I'm not really sure what else I can do now. I grew up middle class to 2 immigrant parents. I might even go so far as to say lower middle class. We didn't grow up poor, quite the contrary. My parents worked hard to make sure my brother and I didn't go without, and even when we wanted something special, like a toy or a meal out, there were times for that too. But, at the same time, there were some hard times. I still remember going to the bank with my parents once, when I was a kid, and waiting for some reason, and my mom looking down at my brother and me, and saying that we should pray that we will be able to keep our house. In another instance, in 5th grade, we were doing some kind of cupcake decorating day, and all students were expected to bring something for it. I remember worrying about my parents not being able to afford a couple of containers of frosting, so I never mentioned it to them until my teacher called home. Of course, I think my parents were embarrassed about that one. It was a bit worse as I hit high school, as my dad was in and out of jobs. I knew we were struggling, so I never asked for much, and quite frankly, I wore essentially the same clothes all 4 years, and my backpack had a hole so big in it, a zipper wasn't even necessary. But somehow, we got by. Now that I'm a college grad, and on my own, I find myself in my own cycle. Although my family always got by, my parents had terrible money habits, from impulse buying, to not being able to save. While some of that transferred onto me, I still can't shake the feeling that I just can't make it. Right now, I work what is considered a good job in higher education, but higher ed is not a job you do for the endless supply of money. I'm constantly living paycheck to paycheck, and it doesn't help that I'm only paid once a month. After I pay my student loans, there are plenty. Car payment, insurance, rent, utilities, not much is left for even food and gas, much less anything for fun. I'm in no position to pick up a second job because my current job requires heavy travel at times. Currently, I've maximumed out 2 credit cards and a payday loan, and of course, those are other bills that I'm paying. Nowadays, I don't go out with friends. When I buy food, I do what I can to stretch meals into 2 or even 3 meals. I need to renew the tags on my car, but at $155 each time, guess I'll be ridden dirty until my next paycheck. And don't even get me started on health insurance. Don't worry, I finally got it. Like I said, I always have this constant feeling that I just won't make it. I can't ask my parents for help. That's a combination of pride in the fact that my dad isn't working again, and they also have a lot of bills to manage, namely medical. But I feel so awful because I have an actual job and I'm not pauperisy. So what's the problem? The really twisted thing is that it's almost become a joke to my family and friends. They know that I'm poor, but I never let on how much I struggle. If my fraternity little brother comes over for drinks, he'll order a whole pizza because he knows I could use the leftovers. I talked to my mom today on the phone, and in mentioning I couldn't afford the new tags, she offered to give me money, but I said I would be fine, not mentioning I have $3 left to my name, to last for another couple of weeks. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. Not even sure why I'm here, haha. If you read this, thanks for reading. For the rest of you, I truly do admire many of you for being so strong as to share your experiences. In fact, many of these posts help with new ideas for me. All I can contribute is that I've reused a disposable razor a few times because hey, new blades are expensive. That and my hair is a mess. But I digress, not having money blows. Some of the stories here are really heartbreaking. I was lucky to have two very awesome parents. My dad worked in sales, still does, and was gone 3 to 4 nights a week working. My mom stayed at home to raise us kids. I'm the oldest of 6 kids and money doesn't go very far when you have that many kids. We got new clothes at Christmas and when school started, but had to go into crippling debt to get them. We ate mac and cheese and fish sticks or chicken pot pie constantly. We got many of our clothes from Goodwill. I got made fun of for being a dorky kid in general, but also because of my thrift store shoes. One day on the bus home from school some guys stole my shoe and were passing it around in a keep away type game. They then passed it to a girl who I had a crush on and told her to throw it out the window. She looked at me and asked if I wanted it back. I said please, and she tossed it out the window. My dad took me to find the shoe later that day and I had to wear them to school again the next day. Anyway, not too long after that our neighbor who was a faking nutjob pedophile / schizophrenic decided that he was in love with little sister. He threatened to kill my whole family and take her. I shit you not. The police in this city were less than useless, and so we moved in the middle of the night. We went back a few days later with all our extended family and guns, a lot of guns, and got the rest of our stuff. We lost our house, we lost my dad's van for work, we had to declare bankruptcy and start over. That crazy faking bastard then stalked our family for 3 years. Finally, we found a town with police, who gave a damn, and were able to get it stopped. We had our phone number under an alias and unlisted. Our utilities were under an alias as well. The guy hired a pie who found us through our driver's licenses. I was told that I was responsible for my siblings when my parents weren't around, so I pretty much went from a 14-year-old to an adult overnight. Gut-wrenching fear will do that to you. Knowing that I wouldn't hesitate to take his life if put in a position to take it will do that to you as well. Anyway, we struggled financially until my dad got a better job and a huge pay raise. I was living overseas at the time that occurred, church mission for 2 years, and it was and is a relief to see my parents doing well. My wife and I have 2 kids, a home, cats, and we are doing fairly well as well. I hope my kids never have to go through any of what I did. The bullying I received has taken a toll on my self-esteem that I have never truly recovered from. A day at a time. Sorry, that was very stream of conciseness. The only thing worse than being cold, I mean to the bones cold, is being hungry and cold. When I was in my late teenage years I ended up alone and homeless. Sometimes it wasn't a big deal, because I could crash at friends' houses, with or without their parents knowing, but sometimes it was pretty rough. In the summer it's not really a big deal, but in the winter, Westchester County, New York, it got bad some nights. There was a guy who had a few project cars in the wooded area of his property, cool stuff like a 66 Pontiac with a Who backseat that I slept in a few times. I ended up getting caught on his property, and he told me he'd shoot me if he ever saw me again, and I didn't want to risk it. I used to sneak into a high-rise basement by pressing every button on the door at once till someone just buzzed me in, and spent many nights sleeping in the furnace room, and those were great nights at the time. Again, I got caught, and that ended. Finally I met an older homeless guy that used to ride the train from end to end, get off and do it all over again, and he told me to just go to jail. You'd be amazed at how many people do this. Commit a non-serious crime, get locked up for a few days for the 3 hots and a cot and a semi-decent shower, then get out, and tough it out for a while more, then do it again. I never really did anything too serious, shoplift mostly on something that I actually did need, new clothes / food / hygiene items, and if I got away with it cool, if I got caught no big deal. It's actually insane when you think about it, but there are a lot of people that would do this. Jump turnstiles, shoplift, cause a disturbance, all in an effort to get sent to jail. I've read Reddit for years, and this is the first post I have read that has prompted me to actually create an account and share my story. So here goes. It starts about 6 years ago. I was $25,000 in debt and working just to make the minimum payments. I was laid off from a job with nothing in the bank on January 2nd, 2009, right after Christmas. Very considerate of them to let me work 12-hour days over Christmas, Boxing Day and New Year's Eve, only to let me go at the beginning of January, but that's a story for another time. I was living in New Brunswick at the time and I got by eating McCain hash browns and a scrambled egg with a single piece of cooked bacon crumbled on top twice a day and a slice of toast on the side. If I could spare the extra money, I would get a block of cheddar cheese for the week to melt into the mix. I lived like this from January until April of that year, basically living off of my mediocre employment insurance and the small sum I received as a severance. Towards the end of those few months, I went from living in a comfortable apartment with lots of toys and gadgets to living in a one-room apartment with a place to cook my eggs and hash browns. Since I pawned off most of my gadgets, I didn't let on to friends or colleagues that I was struggling, and I still went out every Friday for drinks/eats and put up a good face. However, I would usually order the cheapest thing on the menu plus milk the same beer for about an hour while mixing in lots of water to make it look like I was drinking. Skip ahead about a year, I was able to secure a job and get back on my feet. Go me. I started up with a new company and worked for them up until August of last year, gradually promoting me and moving me around the country. I was making tons of money and living the dream without a care in the world. The problem was I was living a wasteful life. Even with the influx of cash, I still lived paycheck to paycheck with little to no saved in the bank. Then, in August of last year, I decided to leave that company to join another company that offered me a large raise. After 3 months at that company working 14 to 16-hour days and not having a life, I burned out and quit. I thought to myself, man, I've been making so much money over the past few years, I can afford to take a little break and just relax. It's now 3 months later, and guess what I have in my freezer? Hash browns. Guess what I have in my fridge? Eggs. Plus side is I have 6 years of experience and I've been able to secure a well-paying job starting in February, so it won't be for long. It's just funny how things make you reflect, and I found this post and all of the replies quite uplifting. Trash. When I was kid, I would mowed lawns for a while, but then we had a heat wave and all the grass died. But one of my lawn customers was an electrical engineer of sorts. He taught me what was and was not valuable in trash, based on what electronic parts people threw away, and how to use it. He furnished me with my first set of wire cutter/strippers and a roll of electrical tape and literally changed my life. I began going door to door and to thrift stores and company dumpsters and collecting scrap and obsolete components and any wood or plastic, and I set up a deal with a guy who worked at a plastics factory to get me the discarded plexiglass sheets once a week. So I would collect all these parts and recover mostly usable LEDs, power supplies and wire. I rigged up pretty much anything I could: night light, LED signs, basically anything that could be modified with LEDs. Through the other trash parts I was able to obtain and repair a heated blanket and an old laptop and an older desktop, which really improved my life. Then I started collecting game consoles and controllers, mostly PS2 and Xbox. My big quest was to build a 360, because I was a diehard Halo fan and 300 was an unknown amount of money to me. In 2009 I actually finished an Xbox and learned the firmware flashing to put the parts together, and I had pretty much rewired the whole basement I was in with LEDs. I sold most of the things I made at school and to friends and people around my neighborhood. Overall it just made me happy. TLDR, $10 worth of tools and an occasional $5 of scrap gave me a little money and happiness for a few years. Now I'm not poor and work in a military job that is largely electrical based. Also salted crackers and mustard. Sounds like shit, but it was a week of tasty snacks for $2 to me. I thought of a few from my childhood. Scrapple. This is a meat type product that is essentially all of the parts of an animal that are too foul to be put in hot dogs, eyeballs, and such. They are ground up and pressed into a loaf. You then slice off bits of this loaf and fry it up. I recall it being delicious. Spam. Does anyone with money that isn't Hawaiian buy spam? Cheese blocks. Sliced cheese is expensive, So my mother used to get these mats of 5-pound rectangles of cheese that came wrapped in foil, or sometimes in what appeared to be an elongated shoebox. When you wanted cheese you sliced off a bit, more like sawed it off, with a butter knife. This of course led to many sandwiches with pieces of cheese that were like 1.5 inches thick. This cheese was so heavily processed that it felt like a pool float more than actual cheese. It wouldn't even melt. Cream of beef. My mother could only afford discounted bread at the store, the ones with the big red round sticker, that were getting ready to expire. So usually within a few days of having it the bread would begin to get hard and start to mold. This led to cream of beef, a way to use the moldy bread. You need flour, pepper, and dried beef. Not sure this stuff even exists anymore, which was like a dehydrated lunch meat that didn't require refrigeration and came in a glass jar, and of course stale bread. You make a white flour gravy, add in some pepper, the dried beef, pull the moldy bits off the bread, and then pour the gravy and dried beef concoction over the bread. This was a staple growing up. World's cheapest dessert. We never had a name for this, but my family couldn't afford actual desserts unless mom came across zebra cakes or the like in the clearance section at the grocery store. So my brothers and I figured out how to make our own. We took peanut butter and syrup and mixed them together. It made something that tastes similar to butterscotch. We'd eat it by the spoonful and that'd be our dessert. Go try it out. I grew up very poor. Our family home had holes in the floor. Half the time the electric, gas or water would be cut off, sometimes all at once. I wore the same shoes for 3 years in junior high. I had to duct tape them together, paint them with makers, and put bags over my feet during rain or snow, so my feet stayed dry. Sometimes wearing the same clothes for days at a time. I'm the eldest. I made sure the kids always had clean clothes, even if that meant cleaning them with the neighbor's hose. I had to work 2 jobs at 14 until 17 to help my parents pay bills and buy food. We would survive on ramen noodles and Kool-Aid. Sometimes when we couldn't afford that, I would ask the lunch ladies at school to let me know if there were any leftover food from lunch for me to take home. They were so kind. Instead of throwing it away, they would give it to me and other kids that needed it as well. The weekends were the worst. No school, no food sometimes. Neighbors were in the same boat as us. My parents tried their hardest. As time passed my dad's business did better. We moved, and we still struggled. Even now as an adult, I do not buy expensive clothing or name brand anything unless I feel it is worth it in the long run. I have been on the verge of losing everything, but thanks to the VA they prevented me from being homeless. I make decent money now, but act as if I'm still making $8 an hour. Some things never fade. Being poor as a child really changes how you view money and useless spending. When I was growing up, my dad deserted me and my mom a few times. Just up and moved out in the span of a day when we were at work and school. My mom could never divorce him to get child support or alimony, specifically because the prescription plan and some other small benefits we had access to due to their marriage outweighed what she'd have gotten from divorcing him, especially considering the court costs. I remember one time as a kid we got food from a food pantry. Among the foods were mac and cheese and powdered milk. Well, I started to cook the mac and cheese, but noticed after having finished cooking that the noodles apparently had ants or some other kind of small insect in them. I was paranoid about insects in the other food for weeks. And yes, it did turn out that more than one box had insects in it. My mom worked 2 jobs all during my childhood, even 3 at one point. It was also kinda tough, because I went to a private school, through lots of tuition assistance from various parties, of course, and the kids there made you feel like as for not being able to afford nicer things. I remember having to get a new backpack every year, because the only ones we could afford were super cheap, and couldn't last any longer than that. I was actually surprised, when I got into college, and started buying my own school supplies, that a good backpack could last for more than 4 years. There are tons of things that I'm sure I'm forgetting, but we definitely had some rough spots when I was growing up. Thankfully I've got an engineering degree now, and make quite a bit of money. One day, when I'm finally settled and established, I'll make it up to my mom somehow. Point at it. Yeah, I forgot to mention that food is ridiculous. Eating healthy was so hard to do on very little money. It's often cheaper to just buy junk food or TV dinners, if not the famous cheapo ramen. When I was in college, I made really poor financial decisions. I became an RAP and as such did not have to pay rent, so I used the financial aid that would have gone towards rent on buying a car. I paid the car off in the school year, but my financial planning was so bad that about 3 or 4 months into it, I ran out of food and money for food. I'm grateful that I had a roof over my head and a car that worked. I know that I'm extremely privileged to have had that during the time. But I was so embarrassed that I planned my money poorly that I didn't tell anyone that my food was running out. For a week I ate one of my resident's bread crusts when she made sandwiches and anything that anyone offered me. I told no one that I had no food of my own, and they just assumed I didn't want to waste any food, which was also true, but not the only reason in this case. My last week of having my own food was some leftover chocolate and caramel syrup from a community event. I would put it in a little cup and eat it with a spoon, then tear the cup up and lick it clean. 46 hours after I ran out of that, I was so hungry that I gave up on dignity or whatever and went to the food court, grabbed the first takeout container from the trash, and started rummaging through the trash and loading up my takeout box. It was one of those big ones from Panda Express, so I was able to fill it up quite a bit. There was a ton of leftover food, and I was really excited to eat it. I was embarrassed and worried that someone would see me and say something, or I would run into someone I knew, but I didn't that first day. I went home, heated it up, and ate it. It was wonderful. After a couple days of that I ran into a friend while walking from one trash can to another, and she asked me what I was doing. I told her just getting food. I was able to save up change that I found in various places for hamburger helper at one point, but I thought that it came with the hamburger meat. It shows the picture of it on the box, and that night, after I got home and had my meatless hamburger helper, I cried myself to sleep. After about a week of getting food from the trash, I finally told my boss what was happening and she helped me get a temporary meal plan, and since then I've been okay. To this day I have trouble leaving any food and tend to just inhale everything in front of me, even though it's not healthy to overeat. I just can't help it. I'm working on saving leftovers and eating them later, but it's really hard to leave anything because I have that don't know where the next one is coming from mentality. I know I wasn't nearly as bad off as other people have it, but I understand now, more so than I ever did before, and if friends are ever mean to people for being poor, or say something about it, I tell them my story, so they know that poor people are regular people in a really difficult situation. Point at it. I know I already wrote a lot, but I just wanted to add that growing up, my dad did okay, and my mom worked 3 jobs just to scrape by. She was able to get by and not get evicted from anywhere that I know of. She did move a couple times, but I remember almost never doing anything with her that cost money, and there was never any extra food in the house like my dad's place. So whenever she made food, I always ate it and was grateful and never said anything if I didn't like it, because I knew there wasn't anything else, and she made it with so much love that it would kill me to say anything bad about it ever. I'm extraordinarily humbled by such posts of the true lives of the impoverished. I've experienced both extreme comfort and a dose of the reality of poverty. When I was in high school, my parents were on the verge of bankruptcy due to the economic recession and their small businesses going under. Money became very tight, and I saw them sacrifice a lot for my sister and myself to have food on the table and save for our education. As an older brother, I felt I needed to do my share. So during my sophomore year, my extremely generous and kind aunt gave me a $100 to spend on whatever I wanted. I calculated out that it would cover $5 a week for lunches for about 20 weeks, essentially half a school year. So every day, my lunch consisted of a pretzel with cheese, which came about to $1.05. On Fridays, I would use the remaining 80 cents to buy something from the vending machine, or if I were lucky, my mom didn't leave at 5 AM for work and would pack me something for lunch. This happened for several months, until my mom started working later and packed me a lunch every morning. Now, I most definitely could have taken something from home, but I felt I really needed to do something to help out. I promised myself to never tell my parents about this, because they truly are the greatest parents in the world to me. They have sacrificed so much for my sister and myself, from working double jobs to making sure all of my sister and my own personal and educational expenses were covered before they would even consider buying a new shirt for themselves. Both of them work very hard even to this day. Their only misfortune in life is the bad business timing of the devastating economic recession. Luckily, we are in a much better place right now. My sister's in her first year of college, and I'm a first year med student at my dream medical school. All of our successes are directly correlated to their hard work and sacrifice. I cannot wait to someday give back to those in a similar predicament as a future physician. I live week to week ATM as I'm a casual worker at a fast food restaurant. I'm Australian, so our wages are livable granted you do enough hours. I'm also over 21, so that's a plus. One weekend, after being a bit overconfident and spending heaps at Priscilline beauty/cosmetic store, I had to make $60 stretch over 4 days after making sure I had my ticket to the town I work in on the Thursday and a ticket home the following Monday. Backstory: I don't drive and I work 3 hours from home and stay with my mum due to lack of job availabilities where I actually live, and I go to uni part-time where I live. Currently switching courses as I don't see a future with my current degree. I just want to be comfortable. I had night shifts that weekend and was cleaning out the staff toilets and found about $3.70 in change, which enabled me to have breakfast off our version of the dollar menu after work with my discount. I've had to do it 3 weeks in a row, so I've decided to get a credit card. Just going to make sure I'm not stupid on it. I just need to not go hungry. Reading these stories breaks my heart, as I grew up poor too. Though my mother always made sure we came first, we always had clothes on our backs, we were warm, and we were fed. She worked at a pizza shop when we, 2 boys and a girl, were growing up, so we grew up on pizza, 2-minute noodles and McDonald's as a treat. It took me a very long time to want to eat pizza and 2-minute noodles again. Dad took custody of us when my brother and I were 12 and 10 respectively. Mum thinks it was because of the school kids bonus we had second-hand everything, books, clothes, but dad had multiple $1K guitars, drank every night, not an alcoholic, just a party animal, and also smoke weed and cigarettes. Though we got great Christmas/birthday presents every year and were otherwise spoiled, I would have preferred decent school clothes, books, and to go on excursions and going to the doctors without feeling like a burden. I appreciate everything I have now because of it. I know the difference between wants and needs. I was raised by my paternal grandmother and grew up poor in a rural area. I was too young at the time to know the whole story and found out years later. My grandmother would go around dumpsters and look for boxes that people would put out in front of them rather than throw them in. She would then see if there was clothes that would fit me or my cousins, at which point she would bring them home, wash them, and taper them if needed. The only rule she had was you had to wait a month before wearing them, with the idea that the persons whose clothes they originally belonged to would have forgotten about them and you would not get picked on, since we lived in a small rural town. To this day I place clothes in a box in front of dumpsters. They also did potato drops in our town. Free potatoes dropped in the middle of a field for people to grab as much as they could fit in a bag they had to bring, and if you were there late and ended up at the end of the pile, the potatoes would be mushy from people climbing on the pile. The issue was not the mushy potatoes, as I was used to navigating around the pile as I was small. The thing I hated is that they dropped the potatoes in the middle of town, where everyone could drive by and see who was out there. Side note: I was 9 when I went to live with her, and she was 68. She took me in to keep me from going into foster care, and I lived with her until I met my husband. She didn't have a lot to give monetary, but she gave what she had and was very resourceful. She passed away recently, and I'm still heartbroken. Also, my paternal grandmother raised me, and my father refused to pay her child support, as according to his words he wanted her to raise her all the while my mother was in prison. He was willing for me to go to foster, and I was in the system for a while before the court allowed my grandmother to get custody, because they were worried about her age. I remember being worried and having anxiety over where I would go if she died. To this day he wonders why he never gets birthday, Father's Day, or Christmas gifts, and why I don't have much to do with him. Growing up I got to experience so many things that many of you probably won't get the opportunity to, and to be quite honest it makes me sick that I grew up in a relatively privileged family that never had to worry about food, buying groceries or shopping for clothes. I say this because growing up I've done nothing to deserve the standard I was living at. I'm a pretty smart guy, but I never put my full effort into anything practical. I just kind of half-assed everything. Only now after finishing my first semester of my second year in college do I look back and realize how ignorant I was. And now I just feel fucking terrible that my friends are struggling to pay for their tuition while my parents had saved up enough money to not only pay for my college education in full without taking out loans, but also pay for my sister's law school. With all this in mind, it pushed me into depression, which I'm sure many of you may think is strange. I've always been the type of person that liked to give instead of take. I loved giving gifts to friends, whether it was for a birthday or just for the sake of giving. Realizing how good I have it and seeing how many of peers were struggling made me really sad, since I couldn't help them. Before winter break this past year I attempted suicide due to the depressive state I put myself in. I felt like I was unworthy for the kindness and support that my family has given me and just felt like a burden. Sure, growing up my parents were strict since they both grew up in China and immigrated here. Perhaps sometimes they went overboard and I felt abused and unloved as a kid, but growing up I began to understand that they meant well. It was just how they were raised, and of course it would carry over to how they raised me and my sisters. Basically I want to say, even though I'm not depressed and I got the help that I needed, I want to apologize that so many of you have it so hard, and you all deserve everything. I've been fortunate to receive much more than I do. I've taken the luxuries that surrounded me. Here's some food for thought. I've never had a safety net. Never been offered a car by my parents. Never a phone payment or rent or insurance. I earned under $20,000 for the majority of my adult life. There were years that I made less than $5,000, maybe even nothing. I pride myself on what I buy. To me the poor are the progenitors of culture. Two good representations of this are food and music. I believe the struggle of poverty combined with limited resources is the only way that culture is created. Ever. It is usually then usurped by the upper class and given some flair by the scholarly and sophisticated, and finally it is trickled down to the middle class, who live the blandest, most meaningless, unproductive existence, of which I'm now a member, a doom and blessing all at once. Take for instance barbecue, American barbecue. Now fine dining aside, most people will agree that barbecue in general totally rules. This was created simply by food scarcity and the necessity to cook bad cuts of meat so that they were edible. Take Philly cheesesteaks. Steak with cheese and cheese would sound gross, maybe, but it's ghetto fabulous and super delicious. How about Mexican food? Created by limited selection of crops. Delicious, created out of a struggle to do the best with what was available. So this brings up the whole culture thing where people say, well, I sort of think I see what you are saying, but what about such things as fine dining, opera, etc. These are referred to as anti-cultures. I regard them as a bastardization of real the culture that has been infused with struggle and passion. So, when I load my shopping cart up with ramen, Cheese Whiz, the cheapest fattiest pork shoulder, and cash out of the supermarket for less in a week than most spend in a day, it is a sort of rebellion. I am out knowing that for at least part of my life I was part of the most influential and important group of people on the planet, the impoverished, the working poor. Hello all, new to this. I found about this post because a friend posted it in FB. Thanks and respect to all who have shared their thoughts on this forum. I didn't know about the selling of plasma. I did a search to find where I can go in my area, but all I found here in Miami/FT Point Lauderdale do not give compensation. Not sure if I'm doing the right thing by writing this here, but I have to say I'm living the situation in the present. I'm a 28-year-old graduate student in my final steps, thesis writing defense, of my master's degree. Been through tough days for the past 3 months. In my advisor's words, we have no funding for next semester. They supported me for 2.5 years, but I had to extend the thesis research to this semester. I've made it eating bread, oatmeal, rice beans, veggies, and pasta. One story I have is from 3 weeks ago. I was running out of gas while driving back home from school. All I had with me was around $3.80 in coins. When I get to a gas station I said hi, put all the coins in the drawer, and told the PUMPash. I didn't tell cashier an exact amount because I knew it was around $3 and she was going to count them anyways. The cashier looked at me and said she was not going to count them. I'm like, hey look, I don't have coin rolls or any credit card and my car ran out of gas. I get to the side of the line and start counting the bunch of coins. The guy next in line notices, asks me what happened, and asks her, what? If I give you this dollars, aren't you going to count them? This is a lack of respect. The guy kind of wanted to report the situation and do something about it, but at the moment I was feeling down and didn't want to deal with anything else, so I proceeded to count the coins to tell her the exact amount. While counting, the guy gave me $4 and told me I've been there. I really appreciated the act of kindness. Since the 3.80 were good to get my car home, I kept the $4 in my pocket and paid gas with the coins. I used the $4 for grocery the next day. I've got from family members what I think is prudent and feel bad and ashamed asking for more. At this moment, I ride my skateboard to school, 24 blocks, my backpack broke, see pig below, have to pay for this semester enrollment, $680, I don't know what I'm doing for housing in February, $500, my car doesn't start/ignition. Coil broke, $60, the car registration expired, $70, I owe my car insurance, $240. My credit is going to hell because I can't pay my Sears card, which I used to buy food and supplies in Mart, and reach the limit. If any of you want to help me by donating a backpack, grocery gift card, contributing to any of the bills, via PayPal or other, message me, I will be very thankful. Write me any question/suggestion. I can send you receipts or any other proof that help you feel assured about the help. I will make sure to give it back to whoever needs after I graduate. Spring 2015. Find a job and get out of the current circumstances. My good vibes to you all. Anything from yard sales. You go out on a Saturday around your neighborhood and spend maybe $20 for a bunch of random stuff that makes your place look nicer or just nice things. Keep plastic. Anything plastic like Tupperware can be used as a bowl or even a plate. Wash plastic spoons and forks from fast food restaurants. Recycle. That sheet adds up at the end of the month when you have nothing to eat. Keep spare change and save it up for a rainy day. Steal plastic sacks from grocery stores so you can use them as trash bags. Paper sacks also work. They hold more and can be used for when you gather cans or plastic, and it won't cut through like plastic bags do. Churches. Always churches. Free food. Sometimes free clothing, people who are looking to help, and just general peace of mind. Even if you don't believe, they are a nice place to go when you don't have a dime. Sometimes they can even set you up in a places to stay if you're homeless with kids. If you are living in an area for a while, say a year, people can get a caseworker who comes and can get your family set up with some food from local areas. They can bring paperwork for various things if you have no car or bus pass and help settle in home disputes. Learn about your area's resources and you would be surprised at how much free food you can get. Smart people have never starved on the streets. It's hard and you suffer, but it's nearly impossible. There is so much food around you. I'm speaking from California, so I don't know about anywhere else, since everywhere is different. Libraries are also really good areas to be. Use the computers, find jobs, find those free Craigslist listings, educate yourself on the topics of your career if you want to set yourself on it. I remember growing up with not a ton of money. We were always fine, always had food, and always had a good Christmas, but we went through really hard seasons as well. I remember living on food stamps some, and going to the food bank to collect the bag of cereal that was no longer in a box and probably expired. But my parents worked there as off to provide for us, sometimes 3 or 4 jobs at a time. I have a lot of respect for hard work and hard-working people. I strive to work hard myself, which may be leading me into a life as a workaholic, laugh out loud. Anyway, one thing I very much remember. When I was a teenager, my parents picked us up and moved, not uncommon, and we moved into a big house with my grandparents. This was the nicest house we had ever lived in, and it was only possible because my dad had gotten a really great job. His income was the highest it had ever been. What I noticed was not that we were in a huge house now, because we still were tight with money. But the biggest impact that was made on me when we finally had a little bit of money was that my mom would buy lunch meat from the deli. I remember thinking, holy shit, this meat tastes so much better. OMG, we bought the expensive meat. My mom had bought deli meat, not the prepackaged meat. In the end, it was not the big things that really affected me, it was the little things. Mom spending money on better snacks and meats that really impacted me. Point now, in my adult life, I'm poor as shit, but I'm working hard and am slowly changing that. I grew up well off, went to a fancy private school, and could have most things I asked for, within reason. Then my dad died when I was 14, and I was all alone in the world. I didn't have any other family and I didn't know what to do. My dad's then girlfriend pretended to care for me during the months after his death, but when it became abundantly clear that there was nothing she could financially gain, she split. Thankfully, not everyone left me. Our former family driver and his wife, who was my former tutor, stayed with me and fed me out of their own pockets. Take note that they had a baby, and seeing how he was unemployed due to my dad's demise, well, he didn't have money, and still, they shared what little they had with me. For 6 years, I ate nothing but egg and rice. Eggs were the only food we could afford that could feed us for a long time. Sometimes, when the driver was paid and didn't have to pay loans, we could have some fresh meat. Senior year, I went around my school with a plastic cup begging for money to pay our electric bill because we were about to be cut off. People filled that cup with money and gave me a plastic bag full of canned food, which helped us survive the next few months. Honestly, I dislike people because I'm a pessimistic twat. However, whenever I feel like humanity has no hope and shit like that, I think back to the times strangers and loved ones helped me without asking anything for return. I still live with my former driver and his wife. Their kid is my godchild, and I've made it my solemn duty to make sure she never has to endure such hardships. I just hope I can fulfill that duty. LDR, eggs are your best friends. I lived in poverty for the majority of my young life, that is from age 0 to 12. My father had always been a drunken drug addict, while my mother had always been the sole care provider. I remember very vividly, when I was in the 4th grade, we had just been kicked out of another apartment for failure to pay rent. I was used to this at that point as we moved nearly every month. The longest time we stayed at one place was when we got a good deal staying in a one-room motel for half a year. If me or one of my younger two siblings got in trouble, we would be told to go into the closet for timeout, which didn't really bother us, except my baby brother, who was scared of the dark, because it was just a dark little room. The thing I remember most about growing up was when we were homeless for about 2 weeks or so. We had just been evicted again, and my family had nowhere ready to stay as it was sudden. We were invited to stay in the garage of a family friend, one of the only ones we had left, where our meals consisted of pieces of old white bread with a little bit of ketchup in between. Since that time, my mother ran away with my siblings and myself to her old hometown estate away, where for the first time ever, I stayed in the same school until I graduated high school in 2009. My sister, who is a year younger than myself, and me are very aware of the situation we were in, me perhaps more than her, simply because I had to be the eldest sibling helping to take care of my little brother and sister when my mother was being hit by my father. I know this was supposed to be about tricks poor people do to survive, which normal people might not have had to think about, but there's more to surviving poor than having those tricks at what's good enough. Till I might not be poor, but I still kinda live like it. In the distant past I have been right up against it, like having only enough cash left to get the bus to the computer exchange, so I could sell on my hardware quick. If the shop had been shut, or they had said no, I'd have been walking the 10 miles home. I've also at one point had a tenner left in my pocket to last me 2 weeks and rolled a dice with it, taking a contact to the pub and got a job out of it. But it all left impressions, so in spite of having a decent job now and my circumstances radically different, things I still do, always have a working bicycle. I've not got on it for longer than 5-minute test rides in years, but I know my bicycle is working and roadworthy, so I can get anywhere I need to for free within reason. I always scale every dinner I can, curries, Italian meals, stews, anything that will give me multiple leftovers to have for lunch during the week. An extra 50p worth of ingredients will save me £4-5 per day for a few days. I'm now the king of leftovers, to such an extent that when I see shops selling sandwiches for £4, it doesn't even compute in my head. To me it's such horrifically bad value for money I can't even relate to it. Off the back of that, buy a deep freeze. Doesn't have to be large, but mine is always near half full of boxed meals I've scaled up to do lunches or dinners. I have no idea how many times over it's paid for itself. Oats are awesome. Oats for breakfast means I won't be hungry or snacking until lunchtime. Know where the deals are. I'll get off the train home 3 stops early or give up my lunchtime to walk to another supermarket rather than use the local shop because I know the toilet roll is 50p cheaper for 9. Following on from that, it's grim, but I always try to dump at work. I just think that shit's expensive and use their toilet paper charity shops in better areas. I've seen my friends spend silly money on kids' clothes, especially that will be grown out of in 6 months. I've gone to charity shops in much better areas far away to buy and got some ridiculous things. For ages my girl was going to nursery in Prada dresses with a little Guxy backpack. All brand new with tags on when I got them. A carrier bag full for less than a tenner. I'm absolutely no brand hound. These were just well-made clothes, cheap as far as I was concerned, but people were still doing double takes. Same for me. Jackets, bags, etc. All cheap and most have been completely new. Buying in bulk. There's an offer on washing powder. I'll have 4 to 6 boxes in my garage. Minced beef is half price. I'll have a pack in the fridge for dinner and 3 for the deep freeze. I dunno. I know none of this means I'm poor, or cheap, or even spending wisely. It's just a mindset you get into until the thought of spending the face price for most things is just alien. Edit. Formatting. Everyone here is making me look at myself in shame at all the things I'm owning right now. We grew up poorer than most, my family. Dad was working as a truck driver, mum was at home. Things went pretty downhill, only when my dad lost his job, though. Mum had to start working while dad tries to find another job. Wouldn't find one only after 2 to 3 years. Ended up stripping wires and stuff to sell for money till he found a job. Lowest point of time was when my mum was working as a cleaner in an office. She would be running out of cash and worried like mad for days on end till suddenly a check from a late payment of job would come in, or neighbors would donate eggs and stuff to our family. Every now and then our extended family would pass money to my mum. She would refuse, but ended up taking it for us. My relatives are super awesome though. Never once did they take my parents as lower class or look down on us. They just said take it for your family and be on it. In fact, I never knew it till I was 19 that it had been happening. And all the while I was the shitty kid in the house, being pampered in that situation and not knowing it. Even so, something from my mum rubbed onto me though. I can never ever bear to see people starve, especially young kids. I'll regularly try to give to the poor as much as I can afford to. Shitty monetary decisions make me poor still even with a job and single living with my parents. Damn it, I'm really regretting a lot of my actions up till now thinking about it, knowing that at times I've been a dick and probably caused my mum some monetary worries. Even though I'm paying it forward now, I'll probably never be as big-hearted as my mum. God bless her heart. TLDR grew up as a shitty kid with a shitty attitude, realized that young me was a complete dick, doing my best to pay it forward like my mum did, and still does. Also, awesome relatives. I don't know, my situation is a little weird. I grew up thinking I was poor. Compared to the rest of the neighborhood, our house looked like shit. Never any grass. Old as cars/trucks that we kept barely running. My dad drove the same blue Chevy S10 for like 25 years a kind, where the doors were metal and had no rubber seal, so it was look and creaky as fuck. The back seats actually folded out of the side wall, and when you sat in them, you actually faced inwards. There were oil stains from our cars. We didn't have cable or satellite. We had AOL for faking ever. We never really traveled, and when we did, it was a car road trip. We never flew, we never ate out. I would get hand-me-downs. I never had name brand stuff. Then, one day, when I was much older, my dad sold some of his stock. Then he bought a brand new yacht in 3 payments within the time span of 3 months. Then during the housing collapse he bought some houses. My dad was never home when I was a kid, and now I know why. He was working his faking us off. I thought we were poor, but we weren't. We just didn't spend frivolously. We pushed every penny as far as we could. Given I didn't have a ridiculous childhood, but I'm 100% thankful for the way things turned out. Even when I have money, I make the absolute most I can possibly make with it. I know this isn't what Op asked, but I felt like I should share my story. I'm truly sorry for the real poor people out there. My situation wasn't even close to yours. We never had to worry about if there was going to be food on the table. I really hope things turn out better for you guys. Love and peace. So my family was very poor for years. We went between having practically no money for anything outside of the bare minimum to live to being fairly comfortable several times. It was a roller coaster ride, and now everyone in my family is doing alright, but that's because we all have jobs that we work hard at. Myself and both of my sisters are doing school and working at the same time, in some cases full time for both. I remember a few little gems from when I was younger. When I was probably around 11 I cut my finger open, in between the top and middle joint. It was a deep cut that was spewing blood. We were too poor to afford band-aids, and I remember being driven over to my aunt's house because she had Neosporin and we couldn't afford that either. We cleaned the wound and then taped paper towels to my finger to stop the bleeding. My teachers were all very confused by it. I also remember going school clothes shopping, and I would purposefully buy the nicer stuff, which meant that I only got 1 or 2 outfits overall, but they'd last, and I'd take good care of them. Over the course of middle school, by the end I finally had a week's worth of nice clothes to wear. By the time I had made it to high school I was already doing mine landscaping and yard work around the neighborhood I lived in, and could actually afford to replace most of my clothes with newer stuff and stay up to date. At one point my dad lost his job and fell into a deep depression, didn't work for 5 years. In the meantime my mother would work 65 to 70-hour weeks to support us. He'd sometimes win money with online poker, though he lost a lot more than he won. We had to ration our hot water and dress for the cold like we would actually be outside, because we just wouldn't turn the heat on. Sometimes we used the fireplace. Most of the time we didn't. It's taught me one thing, and it's how I work with my money these days. When I buy something, make an investment of some kind, a car audio, a computer, a phone, etc. Stuff that I need to work for my life to function. I save up, and I don't ball out, but I make sure I buy something mid-high end. Something that will warrant the money spent. Spending $400 here on a pose won't save you money in the long run usually. I may work with a beer budget at times, but I'll not drink and save until I can afford that nice bottle of wine, so to speak, at least. I grew up pretty poor and have been through many a financial struggle over the years, but have been doing okay financially the past 4 or 5 years. However, when you are used to being poor, old habits die hard. You may finally have money, but still have all your cheap habits. One of mine is saving recyclable bottles for refund. No matter how much money I have, I still save them all and return them. It's a matter of principle for me to not throw away money. Now I can afford the latest smartphones, computers, etc. But I'm still really cheap, so I wait until they are a year or more old and get them used for less than half the price. Always stupid to buy things that are going to devaluate before they devaluate. I remember being so broke I could not afford coffee before work, so I would go to different 7-Elevens, fill up a coffee cup, have some drinks of it walking around the store, then when paying, pretend you forgot your wallet. 9/10 they would just let you keep the coffee. If not, you would have drank half walking around the store anyways. Gotta do what you gotta do. Worked for me anyways. Anytime you are eating at a fast food place, instead of buying a drink, ask for a free cup for water, then go fill that up with your drink of choice at the fountain. Have been doing that for years. I remember moving to a new city and having no one to even lend me $5. Starting a new job after being unemployed a while, then having to use all my first paycheck for rent. Had $20 left for food for 2 weeks. Bought some massive bags of potatoes and carrots, pasta, and some powdered gravy packs. Ate mashed potato/carrot with gravy every day for 2 weeks, alternating with fried pasta with salt/garlic powder. Anyways, I don't even know why I'm talking about this. Tried hard to forget these things, laugh out loud. Here in London, we've managed to keep our weekly shop to £15 or less, family of 2 and 3 cats. Once, we were both out of work and I remember we were walking to the local street market with £6 in our pockets when we were asked if we would do some product testing for a facial tissues brand and we'd be paid £2 each. We were over the moon about having a whole 10 quid to buy food. Right now we aren't dead poor, but we are on a single income and most of it goes towards rent and bills. So we have to stretch every penny. We usually buy fresh produce from the pounder bowl stands. £1 for a bowl of one type of produce, say, around 5 vine tomatoes, 6 bananas, 4 large peppers, that kind of thing. Then, buy the own brand products from either Tesco, Asda or Lidl. I constantly do price comparisons and get coupons whenever I can. Then, it's all about carefully planning how to use every single gram of food so nothing goes to waste. Requesting free samples from different brands has also helped feed our cats. Actually, just requesting free samples for everything we can. We've even been able to get little treats like a free donut or sandwich here and there, which we enjoy on the long city walks we take as entertainment, as we can't really afford to go to any paid entertainment point. Getting into your head that Best Buy or due date isn't really the date that an item magically rots down is the best thing one could do. All of those reduced price items can really. Here in London, we've managed to keep our weekly shop to £15 or less, family of 2 and 3 cats. Once, we were both out of work and I remember we were walking to the local street market with £6 in our pockets when we were asked if we would do some product testing for a facial tissues brand and we'd be paid £2 each. We were over the moon about having a whole 10 quid to buy food. Right now we aren't dead poor, but we are on a single income and most of it goes towards rent and bills. So we have to stretch every penny. We usually buy fresh produce from the pounder bowl stands. £1 for a bowl of one type of produce, say, around 5 vine tomatoes, 6 bananas, 4 large peppers, that kind of thing. Then, buy the own brand products from either Tesco, Asda or Lidl. I constantly do price comparisons and get coupons whenever I can. Then, it's all about carefully planning how to use every single gram of food so nothing goes to waste. Requesting free samples from different brands has also helped feed our cats. Actually, just requesting free samples for everything we can. We've even been able to get little treats like a free donut or sandwich here and there, which we enjoy on the long city walks we take as entertainment, as we can't really afford to go to any paid entertainment point. Getting into your head that Best Buy or due date isn't really the date that an item magically rots down is the best thing one could do. All of those reduced price items can really help one save money. I don't know about insanely poor, because I don't live in that part of the world, but relative to other people in my country, I buy broken electronics in the hope that I have a shot at repairing them, or in order to harvest for bits, to repair my own broken stuff, because I just can't afford anything new. If I do buy anything new, I can sometimes make the mistake of buying at the cheap end, which leads me to spend a lot of time trying to optimize and get the best out of it, or I inevitably end up having to repair it at some point, even on the good stuff. Are these electronics essentials? Probably not, but I try to make life more comfortable or easier with them. I might not need a tablet, but it beats reading books and articles in bed on my insanely hot laptop. It's a bit of a vicious circle. Sometimes, I spend an inordinate amount of time, hours, scouring for broken stuff, or trying to repair what I've got. That's time that should be better spent doing something else. but I kid myself that, if only you had that tablet, you'd be able to spend more time reading about X, which would be a helpful skill to have, so I try to acquire/fix a tablet, for example. I'm acutely aware that I'm not poor in the popular sense, but I do feel financially and socially constrained by my circumstances. Funnily enough, I spent some time thinking about it over the past week. I've got a feeling that poor people can often be in their circumstances because of problems with managing and prioritizing their time. We make seemingly irrational decisions which end up reinforcing circumstances, in turn, reinforcing the poor decision making to the point that you can't easily make sense of it to anybody else. All the while, other things are competing for attention: bills, social events, the dream of a holiday. There's only so much a person can focus on and manage competently and coherently. We've all got to eat, but I would say that, if you really want to help someone, helping them to potentially find a way out of their situation, then lend them your time and mental stamina to help them get things done, stuff which might otherwise end up neglected until it's the last minute, or just showing them how to do something differently. That's especially the case for things like tax and benefits, where a poor person whose circumstances aren't great end up being made worse because, for whatever reason, the bureaucracy chews them up and spits them out for submitting a form late, or it wasn't received. Helping someone to become time rich isn't easy, but it's respite for them to spend time on other things, even if that time isn't necessarily spent effectively either, and to perhaps learn from someone else, to eke out a little bit of confidence in how a small part of their life could be done differently, and maybe chipping away just a tiny bit at some of the problems they live alongside. Well, it is not to buy. Most of those memories have been covered by other commentators, but the thing I remember that normal people wouldn't have any clue of is socks for Christmas. Now, there are varying degrees of this, I assume. I'm not talking about those fancy poor people who get packs of socks for Christmas. I'm talking about pairs of sock, individually wrapped to make it seem you actually had more presents. That is one of two defining memories of my childhood. The second is a little better. My little brother and I have always been huge Dallas Cowboy fans. We cannot remember how that came to be, but I remember watching them as far back as 1990. I was born in '84, so, one year, we got it in our heads that we wanted to meet Emmitt Smith for Christmas. I think this huge wish was as byproduct of the fact our stepdad had just walked out on us a couple of months before. I think back and hate the sadness we must have caused our mom with this silly wish. She had just been walked out on, had many of our possessions taken when he left, and their bank account cleared out by him, which led to her new van being repossessed earlier that month, leaving us with no transportation at all. Of course, Emmitt Smith was not waiting in a giant box that Christmas. Neither was really anything else, except for 2 boxes each. One was clothes or something, but the other contained a few small pieces of cowboy stuff along with 2 8x10 official team photos, one a team photo of the 1992 Cowboys and the other a picture of Emmitt himself. You would have thought we just hit the lottery. Anyways, we found out years later that she called any numbers she could find and wrote numerous letters to actually attempt to get Emmitt to come meet us. Mind you, this was before the days of the internet, when she could find numbers in a heartbeat, or put out a YouTube video trying to gain attention. Eventually, she finally was able to get a response from Emmitt's PR manager. She was told there was no way of arranging a meet, but that she would get some autographs, and make sure to send us something from Emmitt to put under the tree. They unfortunately were not autographed for some reason. Man, it would have been great if they were. Laugh out loud. Being poor throughout childhood was never fun, but that Christmas is one I will never forget. Those photos hung proudly in our bedroom for years, and I still have the team pic. One of the saddest days I have experienced was when we went to get them out of storage and both pictures of Emmitt alone had somehow become discolored and indistinguishable. It isn't so much what you buy as what you can avoid buying when you are seriously in the hole. It is possible to pull yourself out of extreme poverty, but it definitely isn't easy, and you have to get creative. I was literally starving when I moved back home. I was 135 pounds. I'm 6'2". I actually ended up giving away most of the stuff I owned / had kept as a child because I didn't really have the funds, all borrowed, to ship it all back home. Pro tip, if you ever have to move cross country and have a lot of books, media mail is your best friend. I ended up giving all my books from when I was a kid to the public library there. Just walked in with the biggest box and went, here is your new children's section. It hurt a bit doing it because I was always of the mindset that I would pass those things down to my kids, but after I did, I gotta say, it felt pretty good. At least I hope it made a lot of people happy. The library paid me back in spades when I came back. When you consider the number one thing that helped me climb out of the hole I was in was being able to research things on the net. So make sure you utilize the library to its full extent. That helped me find free clinics, food aid, seminars with free food, entertainment, clothing, and cut all the expenses I had down to an extreme minimum. Not to mention the free reading material, free movies, and warmth. Turn your heat down to where the pipes won't freeze/luxuriate in free heat. Another handy tip for the library, you can sign yourself up for free voicemail and check it there. Helps when you are looking for jobs and can't afford a landline/cell. If and when you pull yourself out, try to give back. That place is a lifeline for some people. Also not a buy thing, but this was incredibly helpful to me when I was in rough shape and backwoods with very little money. Samples, not grocery store samples, like where they have the dude with the tray trying to sell you stuff, though those are pretty great. I'm talking about samples for market research and just plain old promotions. There are a number of places/forums out there you can find that list these things. Common things to be offered are food product samples. Things that are rare, but you will find occasionally. T-shirts. Sometimes these become really common. Not sure why. I stocked an entire drawer of my dresser with free t-shirts the one summer. Mugs. First aid kits. I've also gotten things like can openers, skewers, gift cards, etc. If you are really lucky/in a highly desired area, you can also hook up with companies like Pinecone Research, who will send you checks for $5 for surveys and occasionally have product testing panels. You will also get tons of junk mail. There are many creative uses for junk mail. As far as food goes, the best thing you can really get, and only around once a year, turkey. At Thanksgiving it's always heavily discounted to around 39 to 59 cents/lb. I would always make sure to clear out the entire freezer, just as it turned to the week before Thanksgiving. The grocery stores generally say limit one/customer, but they don't check with each other, and they all price match, and I've never ran into a problem going back the next day. So say hello to your 100+ pounds of nutritious lean meat for $40-60. I highly recommend roasting one that first day, making stock, and then picking up another to fill the space too. Just refreeze anything you can't finish. And fry bread. It may eventually give you diabetes, but it's cheap, and it will keep you full and alive. It's also delicious. I also want to echo other posters as far as CVS, Rite Aid, and Walgreens go. Their cashback things are kind of a pain in the ass, expirations, but if you pay attention sometimes you can get stuff pretty much free. Walking from school to my aunt's house where I lived since my parents left, and hiding during lunchtime like in the library cause I couldn't afford a meal. If I had money I would buy a pack of cookies and divide it for a week, and I will buy paper dolls which I would sell to my aunt's rich neighbor's children per piece, not per pad. Those were the years when my dad married another woman in another country and my mom moved to another city, and instead of coming home she would send the money to take care of me, but I never get anything. I get money by other aunts, or my grandma would sneak to give me some change or food. Since then I learned how to buy and sell things cause I studied in a public school, and outside there are plenty of street vendors, so I buy my items to sell there. Sadly I was even accused of stealing my cousin's money because they saw I had some money. I guess when you're poor you can be accused of whatever. It's a good thing the neighbor's daughter told them she bought things from me. Those were the days, and I waitressed and got a tutor job for my college with 4 hours of sleep a day, wearing one shoes, even if it was broken, for a year cause I couldn't afford shoes that time and school fees matters more. I guess karma is real and fortune's turn. I'm working in another country and I have many shoes. Most of family members foretold that I will fail. It was what they said while I was growing up, but the failures fell on them and their children. So I believe never say bad things to others. Now I'm doing a bit better. I still have this fear, that's why I'm trying to save. I want to be a better person, so if I will have a child, she or he wouldn't experience what I've experienced. And of course I told myself, if I could, I will have a baby when I'm ready. As other people have said here, it's not the things that were bought. A lot of my childhood. Homemade bread, endless amounts of homemade bread that was mainly there to fill you up when there was nothing else. Elementary school, when everyone had their Lunchables or their well-rounded meals. I had a single package of Mr. Noodles, ramen I guess, as Americans call it, dry, crushed up, with the seasoning all through it. Spending hours after school with horseflies buzzing around, those big, nasty fat ones that bite really hard, in a huge field at the age of 9 or so, to pick wild blueberries with mom. Just to sell them on the side of the road, to help pay for other things we needed. Having a tab for the milkman that swept it under the rug for so long, bless that man. Never asking for anything, because of the hurt you saw on your parents' faces from them knowing they can't afford it. I still never ask for anything, because I still have everything I need, which my upbringing has pounded into me. Roof, warm, food, hand-me-down clothes from older cousins. Never being able to go anywhere, because gas money was for mom to get to work. I could think of other things, but my tired brain won't work anymore. I have read so many posts in this thread that have made me feel like my poor stories sound petty. But damn, the memories it all brought back. All you people, I'm sorry that you've had to go through these hardships. Let's all go hug our parents that kept us here through thick and thin. I hated growing up poor. Not for the fact that we couldn't afford luxuries and such, but the fact I saw how defeated my father was. My mother had an aneurysm when I was born, which made our non-existent finances even more non-existent. My dad worked what seemed like 24/7, and when I would see him at home he would be nearly defeated with exhaustion. He would also drink and only show caring, loving attitude when he was inebriated. He never yelled or hit me. He was just apathetic the majority of the time. I fucking hated being poor because being a toddler I noticed that our shelter and food revolved around money and how much my father would work. I rarely had ample father time. I started working at a young age to help with finances. I became very good to notice when my parents lied about finances. I remember seeing eviction notices on the house door and I would always feel that pit in my stomach just gnawing at me. I always felt so frantic growing up. Just scared that any day we could lose our shelter. I hated that our world revolved around money. One thing that sticks with me is when my mother bought very cheap meat. I remember eating it and it tasting absolutely terrible. I believe it had expired, and my mother tried to save taste by adding spices to no avail. She made me eat it because it was the only thing we had for food at the moment. I still gag to this day on the memory of that food. Reading these comments is interesting. I haven't seen one in which anyone mentions living well while poor, which is hard for me to comprehend. Let's suppose you are young, healthy, college educated, and in the US, a white male, like me. The system is not out to get you. You are not getting many handouts, but your life is not being made harder. In many ways, you have to screw up your own life with bad decisions or bad luck to end up in a bad place. If you don't end up in that bad place, then what? I made less than $5k last year. I have averaged $5k or less for the last 7 years. I'm not good at making money. I've never had a full-time job for more than a few months for the 15 years since I left home. I have never made any particularly genius decisions, but never any dumb ones. I don't overdraft my bank account. I don't pay my bills late. I always pay off my credit card. I don't have any debt. I don't get tickets, or get in fights or drink, or have any expensive addictions. But somehow I own my own home, bought $4k, own a car, Craigslist $700, can afford internet, $40 MO, even though it's stupid to pay Comcast and I should just go to the library, can afford to buy food at Trader Joe's, and grow veggies in my garden. So what the hell is this narrative of life sucking when you're poor? Of having to eat shitty food, as though shitty food is the cheapest. If I'm not doing something, like going to the Bahamas, or climbing a mountain, or buying something new, Yeah, it would be easier to do if I had money to throw at it, or I could get off my ass and figure out how to do it on the cheap. That's on me. Maybe you have kids, a crazy ex, medical problems, expensive addictions, other forms of bad luck or bad decisions in your past that are holding you down. I can't relate. I feel really bad for kids who are growing up poor because their parents don't know how to get by in style on less. I'm making less than $5k/year, and it is not a struggle. I eat healthy food because it's usually the cheapest food: bananas, apples, dried fruit, almonds, honey, rice, oats, homemade bread, butter, olive oil, etc. If you can't live right on $5k/year, you've got an accounting problem, a problem of vision. It can be done in most of the eastern US anyway, where you can buy a cheap house, and if you live in a van and camp, or on a farm, pretty much anywhere in the world. So to answer the question, an insanely poor person who has their shit together buys a battery bank, solar panels, tools to work on their car and bike and house, a tech-up membership, and whatever else is necessary to go off-grid, so that you can stop paying utilities, to maintain your own mode of transport, so you can travel cheaply. You dumpster dive, you research cheap abandoned property, you move to a city where you don't have to drive everywhere to get little shit done. You think ahead and calculate calories per dollar, dollars per unit of building material, and then if you're like me, you sit on your ass most of the day because you don't have to do anything just to exist. Point again, I'm not living a great life full of fun and love, but that's just on my personality, not my income. It's not a struggle by any means,